Huh, is there an echo? Hi, Shadow. Jada! You said you couldn't come! Oh my gosh! Jada! How are you guys? Oh my gosh. I miss you, Jaden. Jared, hi! How are you guys doing? How is everything? Streamcord is broken again, so the message didn't go up. Do you guys hear an echo? Is that just me? For radios, because I have to do the reverb thing, I have to use my other audio interface, and I can't use my cloud lifter with it. It sounds very echoey to me. Does it sound like that to you? June, hi. Currently having some dinner. Okay, don't worry about it. Focus on your dinner. Come back whenever you can. I may have said it. I may have stayed up past my bedtime. LOL. I won't be long here. Not here long though. It's okay. I'm really glad to see you. I'm cold and I stink, but I have a stiff drink and cats and a bag of chips. Why are you cold? Is your heater broken again, Jared? Didn't you like seal your windows last year? Zelda! Hi. How is everyone doing? I'm sorry, I think StreamCord is broken again, so the live notification didn't work. But today we are doing Lysssen 2.0. Lysssen 2.0. Finally. So sleepy. Zelda, are you in North America? Do you live in a different country? I'm going bunny rabbit hunting because they keep waking me up, scaring me. It's me. Jaden always says I look like a puffy rabbit, so I'm waking you up. Come to stream! I miss you! That me. We're in the same time zone, okay. So it's like 9 p.m. What time do you usually sleep, Zelda? I'm still cold from exposure earlier. It will take a while to warm up. It's really snowy where Jared is. Literally like ice covering the windows of his car. And you're working on a roof right now, right? So you're on top of the roof all day in the snow? Usually sleep at like 2 or 3 a.m. See, I would say you should sleep earlier, but I don't really have the right to lecture people on that. So I hope you get a lot of rest and you're not tired. Yeah, I think if I tried to say anything about that, I'd be a hypocrite. Anything new? Oh, but what I don't normally do is wake up at 7 like I did today to drive to the airport. Were you picking someone up? This does stream sometimes at 4 to 5 a.m. That was one time. It was one time, and that's because I missed stream and I felt bad. And I'm thirsty, so I missed it. It was one time! One time. Seriously, like literally one time. Jaden's been here from the beginning, so she's kind of seen all of my past slip-ups. Dropping my dad off. He's on a work trip. Oh, where is he going? I don't know. Boston weather has been really strange, and our apartment recently said that they're going to turn off the automatic. I'm losing all my words again. That's not good. It's a radio day. Air conditioner. So only the heater comes out. So when it gets really warm to like 78 degrees in my room, I just turn on the fan. Or I use my personal air conditioner, but I don't want to run the electricity bill up too much. So I'm trying. Vegas. Business trip to Vegas. Wow. I feel like Vegas, Boston have been very, very popular for meetups and like business meetings and things like that. Not so much California or New York anymore. Like the last time I went to New York, the streets were deserted. It was Fashion Week and there was not a single person in the streets. And I heard that there's something to do with the laws that make it difficult to go to California for meetings right now or something. Okay. Full disclosure, I woke up at like 5 p.m. today. And I have not sung in a couple days, so I don't know what my voice is going to sound like. So if my voice cracks, as usual, on the stream, embarrassing, stupid things happen, we ignore it. It never happened. Nothing ever happened. We all forget about it. The brain cells just go boop, and you forget. November, I'll be driving from Virginia to Kentucky to Alabama and finally Texas. I die, but I'm staying in Kentucky for 3 days, so a nice break. Jaden, I live in Virginia. Clip? Ban. I'm deleting it. Oh wait, no, not replying. How do I delete? Delete. Jaden, my parents live in Virginia, so I'm gonna be in Virginia for Thanksgiving break. When are you going? Maybe we can meet up. I'm a mod. And I'm a streamer. If you guys go to our Discord, by the way, if you want to join us in our Discord, it's !Discord. If you do ads, our poor Julie always goes to the ad biz. I feel so bad. If you were dropped into the ad biz, I hope you survive. Thank you so much for watching the ads. It really, really helps the stream. Oh, thank you, Jaden. No, I'll be leaving so I can make it home for Thanksgiving, November 15th. Okay, maybe next chance. Anyway, in the Discord, if you look at our roles, Elle is one of our other mods, and she is our foreign tech support, and she does a lot of the different namings and things like that. She wanted to name me, my role, she wanted to make me like the Grand Overlord or something like that. And I was like, no. I'm Lyssa. The role is just called Lyssa.
Jaden 1024 gifted a tier 1 sub to June_Lin. They have given 24 gift subs in the channel.
20? Jaden, aren't you supposed to be saving money? Like, no, thank you so much, and I love you so much. And 24 gifted subs is crazy, that's insane, and I'm really happy, don't get me wrong, but don't overdo it, please. You have to just take care of yourself. Jaden is working in the middle of the mountains, literally like fighting bears. If the bear doesn't run away. Please save money. It's okay, we can bow down to the Grand I'm not the Grand Overlord. Lyssa. I am Lyssa. I think that sounds cooler. I don't need a title. I'm just Lyssa. Kyo, hi. How are you doing? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. Can you hear me now? You didn't have to date it, but I love you, bestie. Thank you, Jaden. Thank you. Hi, Eclipse. Are you guys also, can we please get a shout out for Kyo, please, guys? Kyo is also a Genshin streamer. He has insane luck. I think he pulled like 2 5-stars or something like that. And for the past couple of banners, he pulled, what was it, like 30-something pity? No, the deep bear didn't have the courage to fight me! Why run away? I want to fight! Don't fight bears. First of all, animal abuse. Second of all, danger. Don't fight bears. How am I doing? I'm doing a little bit better. A lot of things kind of happened. I'm sorry for pushing stream from yesterday to today, guys. Extended family, some family stuff came up. Good news is everyone is okay. Everyone is fine. It seems like it wasn't as big of an emergency as we originally thought, which is really, really great. There was a fire alarm that went off yesterday, so there was also like an emergency evacuation in my building. So they're not yesterday, the day before yesterday. So they're variety as usual. Thanks, Jaden, for doing the shout out. Did you buy the new wings? No, not yet. Not yet. I think I'm gonna buy them on my main account. I'm very, very weak to things like wings and skins. Awesome, it worked! I never had a mod! Honestly, I'm just really, really happy Jaden made it to stream because I seriously missed you. That's good to hear. Don't apologize. You couldn't control it, and it's great that everyone is okay. Thank you, Eclipse. As long as everyone's good and peachy, glad it worked out for you. I'm very glad everyone is okay. When I was younger, I grew up with some of my extended family. Like, we lived close to each other, so I would see some of my younger cousins pretty often. But after we've grown up, it's pretty hard to meet up. So, yeah. Why is that the voice for me? This is the voice for Chad. I don't know what you're talking about. All of y'all sound like this. The new wings look in the bundle itself looks cool. The new wings look very interesting. They're not like lacy and fluttery, but they're very kind of knife-like. It looks like we plucked it off the Enkonomiya box. Can confirm! That's exactly what I don't like! Accuracy. This stream takes false news extremely seriously. We only go with the entire truth. Huh? That's interesting! We all sound like a gremlin! Accuracy. I need water now. So one day you'll be able to just put comments I'm at and you'll be very surprised. It doesn't really matter. If I'm meeting you in real life, you're still Jaden. And in my head, you'll always sound like this. Alright, so today we are doing Lysssen Lysssen Radio 2.0, episode 2, and the theme today is endings, beginnings, and learning to let go. So we originally were going to have a guest for the video, but our guest has run into real life issues and they are currently working through it. So hopefully they'll be able to join us and guest soon. So today I am just blabbing solo. Jaden is also gremlin. Jaden is the biggest gremlin. The greatest gremlin. The number one gremlin. The 1,350 blah 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 biggest gremlin in the entire universe and those that exist outside of our universe. I don't even know what I'm saying. I want to take a walk in nature. Same. Lots of life issues recently. I hope they're okay. Yeah, I think kind of that time of year. Lots of changes, lots of different just obstacles coming up for everyone. What? LMAO, don't feed Jaden after midnight. I didn't feed Jaden. Look, I can't help it if Jaden jumps into the cupboards and like rummages through the food. Okay? Have you guys ever seen that comedian who was talking about their cat that's on a diet? They're like, I never understood why people weren't able to just control their pet's weights. And then I tried to put my cat on a diet, and the cat is named Jessica. And the comedian was like, Jessica would show up at like 2 a.m. and sit on my face and just go, feed me! Food is a good idea. Jared, please go get food. Jessica the cat. Yes, Jessica the cat. Does anyone walking around in Breath of the Wild count? In what way? Emotionally and mentally, yes, it definitely counts. Physically, probably not. Yeah, Jared, please like take a hot shower, get some rest, get some good food. Microwave hungry man dinner time. Get some veggies, get some protein. Warm food, soup. Does walking around in... See, one of the reasons that I like doing exploration both in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom... I haven't started playing Tears of the Kingdom because I was saving it for stream. I have it. I just... Capture card is not working. And Genshin, like one of the reasons why my exploration is pretty much done is because I needed the Primos. Because Nicolette, Rio, everyone else for the past couple of banners. But also because just wandering around in games, like open world exploration, is so calming. It's very, very relaxing. When? Soon. Soon. Country fried chicken bowl. Okay, chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn. So yummy. So yummy. Did anyone else, when you were like in elementary school and you would get your school food, did you ever layer things on top, like mix different foods together to create a new taste? Like elementary school cooking? We used to have cups of different foods. Like they would have cups of rice and cups of mashed potatoes and cups of gravy. So I would layer them on top of each other. One time I added chocolate milk, and thinking about that now, that's really nasty. Back then it didn't taste that bad, but I would never do it again. I haven't gotten Tears of the Kingdom yet because you want to fully finish Breath of the Wild. You're looking at the person who 100% of Breath of the Wild found all of the Korok seeds and did Age of Calamity 100% of that map and found all of the Koroks there too. Completionist. And I cannot wait to play Tears of the Kingdom because I heard we can finally pet dogs. I heard that they let us pet dogs now. I'm super excited. Rawr. I hiked 11 miles in 2 days up the freaking mountain. Does that count? Did you touch grass? Did you actually like reach down and touch the grass? Fontaine character! I returned to my toxic ex. I'm not proud of it. Genshin. That sounds so good. It does sound really good. I've already eaten dinner and y'all are making me hungry again. Food does. And if you guys want to join the Discord and look at food, go to the food channel because Aspen is an incredible cook. Probably going to release a cookbook someday. Really great pictures. Torture. Torture. I have chocolate ice cream for dessert. Chocolate ice cream sounds really yum. Ice cream in the winter. For some reason, there's a charm. What fancy school lunch did you have? We'd only have those on specific days like Thanksgiving. It really wasn't that fancy. It sounds fancy, but it was like microwave pizza, those peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, the Uncrustables from Costco, things like that. Thank you, Jaden. I touch grass when I walk to the bus. Sure. Just make sure to like crouch down and like touch a couple blades before you get on the bus. Mostly I get lost in Breath of the Wild, but my next game I want to get Fire Emblem. I heard that's a really good game. I've never played them myself, but I heard it's really good. After I got addicted to Rune Factory, I was trying to look for similar games, right? And Fire Emblem kept coming up. So I do know about that one. Yes, as I trip my way up 100 times. Don't you fall down when you trip? Not up. Ice cream is best when it's cold out. That's also like a very Asian thing. Like cold foods in the winter, hot foods in the summer. When you sweat in the summer, in Korea they say 시원해. It feels refreshing. So when you eat really, really hot foods and you start sweating because of it in the summer, people will be like, ah, that's so refreshing. It's a feeling, it's a thing. Every time I check out the food channel in Discord, I always want to try the food. I really want that Willy Wonka thing where you can just like go into the screen and grab the chocolate bar and eat it. I wish. When? Technology when? Yo, hi Hex! Also, I just realized the back part of their name is not a cutie. Can confirm FE3H Fire Emblem, really good. Okay. It is also on my list. Eating. I work outside Monday through Friday. Come the weekend, I'm in the house with the blinds closed, like Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's me all the time. Guys, on campus, when I run into friends, they're like, oh my gosh, Lissa, I haven't seen you in forever. And in my mind, I'm like, as soon as class is over, I book it home. I stay in here until there's the next class. I go to class and then I book it home. My bed is precious.
Anyway, he says all the time, I need that time I can give. I have to check out to get some sleep. Tomorrow we're on our last day of 9 work weeks, a busy day.
Okay, before you leave, Jaden, do you want to listen to a song? I'm going to sing a song before we start the radio. Yeah, I just noticed. If you can't, that's okay. Get some good sleep, Jaden. It was really, really nice to see you. I love you. Bye-bye. Jaden is the first person I met online that I ever asked to be my mod. And life has stolen her from me. And I can't even be mad because I'm so proud. Jaden is working hard. Woohoo! This is the Jaden face. Okay, let's start the radio. Okay. As I said before, today's theme is endings, beginnings, and learning to let go. It is the second episode of Lysssen Radio, and I'm going to start by singing a song called Boy with Love by BTS in English. So when I was in Korea, I did a cover of the song and I translated it to English. So I'm going to turn on the recording of that I made back then. So you're going to hear my voice singing it, and I'm just going to sing with it because I can't find the instrumental that I used back then. You do know that I can just... Hi, Water Bear! Also, guys, if you haven't, please read the pinned message. The radios often deal with real-life stories that people have uploaded on the internet or stories that people have written in. Some of them might be... Oh, also, look, so DJ, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry I didn't see. I wonder... Is Stream Elements broken? Is that why... No, Jaden's sub-brain. I guess I missed it. I'm so sorry. Lokito, thank you so much for following. Also, welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you are. Yes, Susbear is here. Okay, thanks. Okay, so if you have not read the pinned message, please make sure you read and take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable at any time, take a step back and do whatever you have to do. Okay. A whole lot of something. I translated this in Korean.
I wanna hear everything has your day. Tell me, oh yeah. What makes you happy every little thing? Text me, oh yeah. Your every picture, I wanna place beneath my pillow. Oh, babe, come be my teacher. Show me the way to get to know you. You're one, you're done. This is my baby. I fly high to the sky above you. With the wings that you gifted to me back then. Now this place is way too high. I wanna move to the height of your eyes. Yeah, you're making me baby, it's you, my perfect shining star. Oh yeah, everything from 1 to 10. It's special about you, my friend. The things that you like and the way that you walk, talk your tiniest habits just overwhelm me.
Quick question, guys. When you hear the music and me sing, am I delayed? Does my singing match up with the instrumental right now, or does it sound delayed? Anywho, that song was called
New laptop in 2 days. And look at those cute hair bows.
New laptop in 2 days. Yes, I think it's actually, what day is it today? Yeah, 2 days. Thank you so much for this mouthful. Let me turn the music back up. Yeah, your voice is a bit delayed after the music. Okay, I might just have to sing a cappella again. I think it's because stream is slightly delayed, so for me it sounds like it's on tempo, but when I was checking the VOD, it was definitely off. Alright, so our first story today is a question that someone uploaded on Quora. It's a very, very common question, I think, and something that I also have been thinking about a lot. Sometimes it peaks. Okay, I'll back up. How do I become mentally and emotionally strong? I'm sensitive, fragile, and I overthink everything. If something were to happen, like a death of a parent or sibling, or a friend ending our friendship, I don't think I'd be able to recover. So the reason I chose this question is because someone named Candice, I'm gonna screw up the pronunciation, I'm really sorry. Sommer van Ogen. I'm gonna listen and learn until I can get back on the computer. It's better this way because I can't see. Thanks, big bro. Bye. It's because the delay in processing inputs in OBS very easy to fix. Zelda, can you help me fix it later? I can't figure it out. It'll get better in a couple of days when you get your new rig, I hope. Anyway, I'll stop interrupting myself. So Candice Summer Van Oakland, they wrote an answer. And I thought it was very, very empathetic and helpful. As a child, I was definitely sensitive and tended to overthink everything. I didn't consider myself to be fragile. But otherwise, I can't identify with what you're saying. Here's the thing. I sometimes think of life as like being taken to this wonderful amusement park with an endless number of rides and diversions. And at first, we're all excited and we think, I want to ride on every ride. But the problem is that as time goes by, we realize that no, it's not a matter of what rides we want to go on over the course of our life. We're going to have to ride on every single freaking ride. The fun ones and the scary ones and the ones that just break our hearts. There's a wonderful song by The Rescues called Haunted, and the song's refrain is, you can't leave this life without being haunted. Somewhere between what you got and what you wanted. You can't leave this life without being haunted. We're all haunted. My point here, and I do have one, is that the process of living involves being hurt, being disappointed, being heartbroken, being tested beyond what we ever thought we could bear. Along the way, a few of us are utterly broken by life, but we soldier on. The goal, I think, is not to try to bury or hide ourselves from the pain that life will inevitably impose upon us, but rather to try to grow in meaningful ways and not let the pain and travail make us into hardened, uncarried caricatures of who we hope to be. One of the things that Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, taught is the 5 remembrances, and they are as follows. 1, I am the nature to grow old. There is no way of escaping growing old. 2, I am of the nature to have ill health. There is no way to escape having ill health. 3, I am of the nature to die. There is no way to escape death. 4, all that is dear to me and everyone I love are of the nature to change. There is no way to escape being separated from them. 5, my actions are my only true belongings. I cannot escape the consequences of my actions. My actions are the ground on which I stand. He recommended that we start each day by reflecting on these truths. They may seem harsh, but they are the realities of life, and they help to keep us grounded. And then someone else named Angel of Green. they left a quote that someone else had left on Quora, and they said it really helped them out, and I also found it very beautiful. They said, grief is a process that has to be respected. People will tell you to be strong and to move on fast. Do not do it. Respect your time. The ones we love continue in our hearts forever. Do not think too much about it. Live today. Enjoy the present moment with your family and the ones dear to you. Although we do not have control about life, we can keep great memories and be in peace. As my sister used to advise me that if I worry or not, things will happen regardless, or they might not even happen. Who knows? So do not destroy the precious time of the present you have today. Live today and do not overthink. This is anxiety and it leads you nowhere. Okay, so this is a subject that a lot of people around me, they've been struggling with lately. I've also been thinking about it a lot. That's why I decided to go with the endings, beginnings, and learning to let go. I think definitely as a 21-year-old, a 22-year-old, I would often tell the people that I loved around me, we're going to be together forever. We'll always be by each other's sides throughout life and always rooting each other on. And through experience, I found that that's not always the case. And it's very painful. And I think a portion of it continues to be painful. So I was always wondering, how can I work through those things? I tend to be very emotional and quite weak when it comes to things that tamper with my emotions or people that I've given my heart to. And I think the idea of letting go, of being able to accept that things are moving and happening, and that's part of what makes them precious, but also knowing that the grief and the pain and the sorrow and all of the emotions that we often think to be negative also have their place. Do you guys have any experiences or tips? Have you gone through a period of loss? How did you deal with it? How did you move on? Or how did you accept or absorb? And what advice would you give to someone who's going through something like that now? As someone who personally went through grief rather recently, don't force yourself to move on before you're truly ready to move on. That goes with anything. Letting things go hurts. Whether you're letting go of a person because they passed or you just need to let go of them, if you just need to let go of an object, letting go or someone go is super difficult. Being mentally strong doesn't make grief any easier. I think people often think of strong as hiding and acting like you're okay, keeping things inside, being able to fool the people around you and maybe even fool yourself. But I think being strong also requires being vulnerable. That's something that society has also been talking about a lot recently, and I think that's a very good thing. People are starting to realize that lying to yourself, lying to others will cause you pain. I hope that if we're all going through things, if we do go through things, if you have gone through things, you can give yourself time. And grace. I know I said that last time too, but I think it's an important reminder. I forget a lot. There's no solid measurement system for perfection or rightness. So do what you need to do as long as that's what you feel is truly right. Take care of yourself, take care of others, but make sure that you take time to do all of this. I personally just allow my emotions to do whatever they need to do. My friends say that I'm mentally strong, but that doesn't mean I don't have my own baggage and my own emotions. It's all a part of being a person. There was a quote that I saw online a long time ago that I really liked that said, when you are with someone you love, you will hurt them and they will hurt you, but you have the choice to decide who you open your heart to. Which is both true and false, depending on the situation, but I think thinking about it in that way has helped me personally. So that is that. And the song that I prepared today is a song that I pump once in a while on stream. It's a Pokemon song. Time to say goodbye. Yeah, that's a really nice quote to go by. I think every quote, every piece of advice has value in different situations. Sometimes it doesn't help. Sometimes it does help. And the people who know what help ourselves is us. Like, we are the ones who know what we need, what we're doing, what we're thinking, what we're really feeling. So listen to yourself, acknowledge yourself, accept yourself, believe yourself. Like, I have really bad imposter syndrome, and it's something that I'm working on. And it's terrible, it's horrifying. It's awful, but you are worth the effort. Okay. Let me see. Since the instrumental is delayed, okay. Imposter for what? I also just realized I forgot to turn off the reverb when I was talking. Sorry, guys. There's something called imposter syndrome. So I personally have something called CPTSD, which is called complex post-trauma stress disorder. And one of the symptoms that I have is imposter syndrome. So I often, like, on a bad day, obviously I know, like, oh, I have mental illnesses and I have things I've struggled with, and I know that that is how I am. But on other days, I feel like I'm lying about everything. Like, I feel like I'm lying. Like, oh, why would I have depression? Why would I have anxiety? There are people who go through so many other things in this world who have much worse situations. Like, I don't have that. No, I just went through some really difficult things, and I'm making a big deal out of it. That's kind of how I treat myself, and it's very painful and not good. But it's also one of the most common symptoms of people who have mental illnesses, and it's very difficult to combat and recognize in the moment. So obviously this doesn't apply to those who actually lie and try to take advantage of others. Manipulation is not a good thing. But what I'm talking about is an entirely different situation. The feelings that you have and the emotions that you experience and the obstacles that you go through in your life, they are real. It's okay to struggle. You don't have to be the most miserable person in the world to acknowledge that what you've gone through is still hard. You acknowledge other people, you care about other people, because you recognize that they are people and that life is hard. You are also part of people. So, okay. So this song is a Pokemon song from the movie Pokemon Heroes, which was my favorite Pokemon movie. When I was younger, I grew up with very, very conservative parents. Didn't have TV, didn't have internet, but I did have some VCRs and DVDs. So one of the DVDs that I did have, and I watched over and over again, I would watch several times in a row when I could get away with it, was Pokemon Heroes, which is also why Latias is my favorite Pokemon. And this is one of the ending songs. It's called The Time Has Come. Okay. I'm just going to sing a cappella.
I close my eyes and I can't see the day we met. Just one moment and I knew you're my best friend. Do anything for you. We've gone so far and done so much, and it feels like we've always been together, right by my side, through thick and thin. You're the part of my life I'll always remember. The time has come. It's for the best, I know it. Who could have guessed that you and I somehow someday we'd have to say goodbye. You've helped me find the strength inside and the courage to make my dreams come true. How will I find another friend like you to overcome? That's what we are. And it seems like we were always winning, but as our team is torn apart, I wish we could go back to the beginning. The time has come. It's for the best, I know it. Who could have guessed that you and I somehow, someday, we'd have to say goodbye. Somehow today, we'd have to say goodbye.
Okay, that song is called The Time Has Come. Let me turn the reverb on. Okay, so if some of you guys don't know, I currently attend Berklee College of Music. I'm a lot older than most of the students here because I am a returning student. I promoted as a solo singer in Korea for a couple of years before I returned back to America. Fun fact, Berklee is a very famous school. I had never heard of the school at all until I actually came here. The only time that I'd ever heard of Berklee was when I looked up the singers of some Pokemon OSTs. Some of the singers who sang Pokemon OSTs were Berklee graduates, and that was on their Wikipedia page. So when I was younger and I Googled it, I remembered seeing, oh, this person graduated from a college called Berklee College of Music, and just thinking, wow, people who graduate from this school get to sing Pokemon songs. That's so cool. And now I'm a Berklee student. So that was always something that kind of felt a little bit strange to me. Coincidences. Or fate, depending on who you ask and what you believe. Okay, so the next story is one that I kind of I'm still thinking about whether I want to read this one or not. For now, I think I'm gonna skip. Let's read one that's a little bit lighter. Okay. So the question is, how do people in their 40s and 50s, some of them, appear to have more energy than people in their 20s? Okay, this is really, really sad. I am not a very energetic person. When I'm with people, when I'm talking to people, I'm extremely energetic. Everyone's like, oh, you're definitely an extrovert. I'm the biggest introvert that you will ever meet. That's not true. There are definitely people who are more introverted than I am, but I'm also introverted. I've heard of it, but I have no idea what the school is for. It's a music school. Yeah. So it's a pretty famous music school, and I probably should have known. Yeah, but that's always something that I felt very lucky about. It made my experience seem a little bit more beautiful to me. Hungry Man Bowl number 2, buffalo chicken mac and cheese. Which one do you like better? Which one do you think is tastier? Okay, so the person who wrote this question says, as an example, I'm 23, a college student. My professors, who are twice my age, work for about 10 hours per day, and they have much more responsibilities than I do, and their work is stressful. Another example would be physical jobs. I'm sure you see those construction workers in their 50s with thick arms and muscles working long hours, carrying things that would require 2 young men to lift. How is that possible? Okay, so I'm currently 27. I was born in 96. When I was in my early 20s, a lot of my older comrades would always be like, Lissa, just wait until you're 25, 26, 27. Every year, your energy level plummets. You think it's hard now? Right now, you can pull all-nighters. Later, you won't be able to. And back then, I don't think I really believed them. But yes, year by year, I definitely feel a drop in energy, a significant drop of energy. And Recently, I think it's been worse for me. I feel like no matter how much I sleep, I'm still tired. Obviously, that still has to do with my sleeping patterns in general. I don't have the healthiest sleeping patterns or the healthiest eating patterns right now. Working on it. Country fried chicken was better, hands down. Agreed. So, I do know that we have some older listeners in here and some younger listeners in here. Younger people, what do you think? Have you ever thought about something like this? Do you feel like you can imagine what it's going to feel like? Older people, do you have any advice? In your experience, what advice would you give to the young grasshoppers and me, because I'm perpetually tired? So one person said, to be honest, they probably go to sleep. I'm more awake in my 30s because I go to bed. Most 20-year-olds stay up routinely well after midnight. That catches up eventually. I can still do all-nighters, but joke's on me because it's a terrible idea. It's not the same. It's not the same. Someone else said, I'm 47 and I sleep before 9:30. Wake at 6. I get 8 hours of sleep. Not just sleep, I eat well 95% of the time. I exercise every single day and I still do races. All of this is a routine. My daily habits don't change. Routine and good habits. In my 20s, I was all over the place, drinking, partying, and then a young child. 50s will be the best decade of my life because I put the prep in. I think we all kind of know. Yeah. Exercise, sleep, eating well, hydrating. Those are the important things that give you energy, but they're hard to maintain. Making a habit and a routine and then keeping to it, I feel like it's extremely difficult, especially once you've gone through it and you know that it's difficult for you. When you keep telling yourself over and over again, the risk is huge. I have to do this. If I don't, I'm useless. I really, really need to do this. It becomes harder to stick to. Like, I was in the K-pop industry for a really long time, so as you can imagine, dieting, huge deal over there. Enormous deal. And when you're in that environment, it doesn't even strike you as wrong. So, I'm usually more awake at night, but I still try to sleep early. Julie tends to sleep early, and you also recently fixed your sleeping schedule. Yay for Julie! Jared says, as a 40-year-old has been... No. See, this person says 50s, best decade of their life. I can say, it gets worse if you don't take care of yourself when you're young. Eat right, drink lots of water, take care of your teeth, sleep enough, get physically active. That's the power of normalization. Actually, I really wanted to ask Jared, because Jared, I know, works in construction and works long hours, even if he's sick, even if he has like the flu, gets a cold, has tough things going through his life. He works extremely hard every day. And I really think that's extremely impressive. It's something that I have a lot of respect for. And I try to motivate myself by looking at people like that and getting some hope and inspiration. So I actually really wanted to ask Jared, like, what are your tips? What do you think is the most important in your experience? Because that's a lot of physical activity every single day. Someone else said, I've heard this from an older person. My generation was harder on our bodies. Your generation is harder on your mind. Do you guys agree with that? Like, obviously, we've only experienced the generations that we have lived through. But in your experience, do you think that's accurate? My generation was harder on our bodies. Your generation is harder on your soul, on your mind. That depends on the definition of hard on your mind. How would you define that? I think it's definitely more complicated. Things like technology, broken boundaries, like physical boundaries between countries, nations. We are very much connected. We have so much information and so much access, but we're not really taught how to use it and how to process emotions. I think one of the most important changes that society can make is teaching in schools in institutions, in every place that counts, how to process your emotions healthily and how you can approach life in a way that's probable, if that makes sense. I have a family I have to support, so I don't have a choice. My wife and children can't subsist without my work. The other part is the work I do is extremely important. I protect people and their property and belongings from the elements. The work has to get done or there can be massive losses. See, I also think one of the reasons that I personally don't think of myself as in the right position to comment on stuff like this is because I'm not a parent. I've never been a parent yet. And there is most definitely a plethora of things that you will never understand unless you experience them. Parenthood is one of those things. I'll probably think very differently if I become a parent in the future. But I think that's very cool. I think that's amazing. Also, some of you guys know I went through some housing issues recently, and I kind of experienced firsthand how things can disintegrate extremely quickly when people do not do their jobs or come through with their promises. And I think I said this to Jared a couple times. I wish all of the people in the world worked with as much responsibility as you do. This is like a huge value. That's the essence of an amazing person, in my opinion. So, applause to Jared. I think you're incredibly impressive and amazing. What's happening? I just got out of the shower. We're talking about how some people in their 40s and 50s appear to have more energy than people in their 20s. And advice and how we think about the world if our life is more complicated than it was in the past. Because there's a quote here that says, "My generation was harder on our bodies. Your generation is harder on your mind." My answer is I think it's more complicated. I think harder is definitely something that depends on perspective. My grandparents and a lot of my older relatives grew up in a war, like in the middle of a war zone. I definitely would not say I had it harder than them. Emotionally either. Like I don't have the best time with my emotions, but I don't think they should be compared for one thing. And I don't think if we did compare them, it would be much of a comparison. I assume what the person is going for is that the younger generations have more focus on academics and technology, and thus less focus on physical activity, which I probably agree with as an observation, but I disagree with the implication that they're mutually exclusive. I agree with that. At least the last part of what you said, definitely. I think you can interpret what this person said in many, many ways. And depending on the interpretation, like you said, we'd have to know exactly what they meant and think to judge whether we agree or not. But I definitely agree that they're not mutually exclusive. Is it bad that I have no energy at 16? It's normal. It's a problem with society. I used to joke with my friends. Like, I was actually chronically ill for a period of time, like from 16 to 23. And I would always say, like, being tired is another chronic illness. I don't think it goes away. You kind of get used to it, though. I'm not roofing Jesus or a saint. I just do the best I can to protect my clients and their property. Many people don't do that, though. Like my old landlord. Just do your best every day. Even if you can only give 50% that day, it's better than nothing. This is something that I learned really late. I like looking at inspirational quotes and memes a lot, guys. I'm one of those. And a couple years ago, I don't remember exactly when, someone uploaded a quote that said, "Perfection is not necessary." You don't have to start something and do it perfectly for it to have meaning. Even if you don't brush your teeth for 2 minutes, brushing your teeth for 10 seconds is still better than not brushing your teeth at all. Taking a walk for 5 minutes is better than not opening the door at all. Opening the window is better than not getting fresh air at all. You don't have to do everything in large amounts in perfection for it to have meaning. the sheer fact that you try and that you put forth the effort is meaningful, and it does have an effect, even if it doesn't feel like it does at that moment. Don't worry, the cast theme in the background just not annoying. It's Pokemon Lo-Fi. I think most people's jobs are important in some way, shape, or form. You might think that I am like overly romantic for thinking in this way. I thought this in the 8th grade. Everything around us is the result of someone's dream. This is something that I say whenever I get the chance, really, because I have a boomer brain. But I specifically remember I first thought this when I was in 8th grade. Everything is a result of people having dreams and aspirations. Every book, every mic, every light bulb, every stand, every table, every song, every dish that we eat, all the ingredients that we use, the cars that we drive, everything was created by a person because they had an emotional push to do so. And I think that's really amazing and kind of beautiful. Something I learned back in middle school is that if you need a break from everything, then take a break from everything. Don't do that forever, but there's nothing wrong with doing it for a bit, even if it's only for a few hours. I agree. What do you mean Pokemon? This is Escape from the City. But it's Pokemon and Chill Lo-Fi beats. But it's made by the same creator of Zelda and Chill, so it might be mixed. Okay, on that note, the next song that I have prepared is called Glassy by a song from a Korean singer named Yuri. She was a part of a group that came from a survival show, and now she is promoting as a soloist. I love her voice, beautiful tone, and Glassy was her first solo song, and I enjoy it a lot. I was originally going to sing this with the instrumental, but there's delay, so acapella again today, guys. Sorry. How about we try it with the instrumental this time, and you guys let me know if it's too off, and I should just sing acapella if I can get this fixed. If there is an instrumental. Oh. Yeah, okay.
기분이 들떠 star like star 걸음의 시선이 쏟아져 착해도 짝짝짝 너신 나를 보잖아요 지금 여전히 난 너여봐 어디로 향하는지 멈출 수 없던 그 Is it better? 따라봐줘 So bright 좋아 모든 빛을 쏟아내는 아이야 눈을 뜨면 한편에 영화 같은 떨림 너랑 설레 시작해 my baby 라라라라라라 나의 두 발이 You're my journey 라라라라라라라 온몸이 들리 떨려 like me 망설이지 마 Don't stop, don't stop 기다릴 시간이 없거든 머뭇거리면 짝짝짝짝 걸릴 거야 삐끗 발끝이 아찔하게 어디로 향하는지 숨줄 수 없었잖아 나의 데려가줘 Let's So bright 좋아 모든 빛을 쏟아내는 아이야 눈을 뜨면 한편에 영화 같은 떨림 너랑 나랑 설레 Oh my baby 24/7 수밖에 같이 돌아가 몇 번을 말해도 어렵게 좀 더 날 안아줘 기대던 공기를 채워 더 높이 높이 날아 So bright 좋아 모든 빛을 쏟아내는 아이야이야이야 눈을 뜨면 한편에 영화 같은 떨림 너랑 나랑 선생 시작해도 나나나나나 나의 두 발이 You're my journey 라라라라라라 온몸이 말라갈지
I forgot to turn the echo on, so I turned it on in the middle. Let me remember to turn it on. Okay, that song is called Glassy by a singer named Yuri. I forgot to turn on the echo. I'm sorry. She got the brush out! It's on now! This is my mic. This one is just for show. This is the mic. Okay. Where did it go? Also, was the volume of that instrumental okay after I lowered it? Zelda, thank you so much for letting me know. Was the level okay after I lowered it? Also, is the delay too bad? Is the delay too severe? Should I just do acapella? I think I'm gonna head to bed because I'm falling asleep in your chair. Thank you for being here, Zelda. Bye. Good night. Let me know about tech things later. Thank you so much. Get good sleep. I'm using my mic to comb my hair. But this is a mic. Do not be fooled. It is a mic. Airfish is the number. Yeah, the instrumental is a good level. Okay. Is the delay really bad? Do I sound really off the instrumental? To the point that it's difficult to listen to? Zelda. Also, I forgot. Can we please give Zelda a shout out? Sorry, Zelda. I just remembered. It wasn't bad this time? Okay, good. So far, you can't tell? That's nice. Okay, so let's read this one. This is a much lighter story. I thought it was kind of funny, and I also really am curious to know what you guys think. This is an Am I the A-hole from a Reddit thread. Am I the a-hole for giving a fake name at Starbucks? Alright, so I, 22 male, think this whole thing is ridiculous. But my girlfriend, 21 female, is really angry at me. So here we go. I don't like giving my real name at places like Starbucks and similar stores where they shout out your name when your order is ready. Can't tell you why, but I have a normal, reasonably common name I like fine enough. But for some reason, it majorly creeps me out when a barista shouts my name through a room of strangers. I guess it's just some harmless quirk that I have. So whenever I'm at a store where they want your name, I say it's Tom. That's literally the name I use. Nothing inappropriate or outlandish, just plain Tom. I know I'm meant when I'm called because I always use the same one, so there's no confusion or anything. A couple days ago, I was at Starbucks with my new girlfriend and ordered our drinks while she sat down. I gave them my fake name as always, and when our order was ready, they shouted Tom, I went and got it. My girlfriend was a bit confused and asked me if I went and got someone else's order, which is fair enough. So I explained the thing to her and I thought that's that, but she got really angry. She says it's really disrespectful to lie like that, and that I'm making everyone in the store out to be creeps who will do something bad if they know my name, which is not at all what's happening. I just don't like it when they yell my real name. So I found a harmless way to get around that. But she can't seem to like it, so she thinks I'm a pathological liar who is way too suspicious of everyone, and I need to stop. I really can't see the problem she has. It's really not that deep. I don't think I'm hurting anyone, am I? So yeah, I'm really confused by her reaction and asking myself if I am the a-hole. After all, for some reason I can't comprehend. So Reddit, am I the a-hole for giving a fake name? Thoughts? What do you guys think? The comments are pretty divided. Some people were really confused on why this was such a big issue to begin with. I'm really curious to know what you guys think. Do you think this is a bad move to make? Do you think it's, as the girlfriend said, disrespectful and something that this person has to fix? Or do you think it's not a big deal? Or do you think this is something that's understandable? The first commenter, like the person who has 14,000 likes, their name is Barefaced, and they said, I guess not the a-hole? I don't think it's disrespectful. None of the Starbucks employees will know or care. But it's definitely weird that you think it matters in any way if a handful of random strangers hear a first name with no confirmation that it's actually your name. I don't think it's bad to give a fake name. It's not like he's lying about the entire identity. He's just making sure he's safe and doing what he's comfortable with. See, I agree with this. I think people all have different things that they're uncomfortable with sometimes. It doesn't necessarily have to be that he thinks they're going to attack him or take advantage of him. Maybe he just doesn't like it. Maybe it just feels very vulnerable and revealing, and he just doesn't want to deal with that every time he orders a drink. And I agree with what Bareface said. The Starbucks employees don't care. They don't know. They don't care. And if it were the case that this guy had a phobia and he was afraid and actually thought people were going to hurt him, I think I would be more concerned about the reason. Like, I wouldn't, like, if I were this person's girlfriend or their friend or their relative, I wouldn't jump to, that's so disrespectful. Why would you say that about people you don't even know? I would jump to, okay, what did you go through that makes you feel like this? I'm very worried. Are you okay? And maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe he just has that kind of fear. I mean, he's a human being. I have some really stupid, weird fears too. I don't necessarily like it when I go to Starbucks and they call out my name. Oh, but yeah, I don't think he's hurting anyone. I don't think it's a very big deal. I think it's okay. And I also think that if he did have some sort of experience or even like a buried memory that his subconscious is making him remember and react like this for, having someone that's supposed to be the person you love and be on your side react like this, I think is really hurtful. Some insecurities there and then some unhealthy lack of compromise and understanding. Yeah. I think the communication was attempted but not accepted. And I think that's really sad. I do see what the girlfriend means. I get why she could think that way, but I think I would feel differently if she had asked why first and gotten a reason, really listened to him, and then passed her judgment. This, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of hurtful. If someone did this to me, I think I'd be much less likely to open up to them about things that I feel a little bit sensitive about. So that's my 2 cents. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Thoughts, comments, concerns, questions? A lot of people in the comments, they're sharing that they also use aliases. Like someone said, I always use Bob. The other day, I was at a pizza place, and when they called out Bob, I and another dude went to the counter and reached for it. He says, oh, I always use Bob, and I was cracking up. I never get Starbucks. I personally think Starbucks coffee is really gross. I don't like it. It tastes bland and kind of burnt to me. I tend to like kind of more round, mellow tones in my coffee. Starbucks isn't that. So I don't go there very often. When I do, I don't really enjoy it when my name gets called out. But that's probably because I have anxiety. So I get it. And a lot of the people in the comments also seem to use aliases. Can you imagine like going to the desk and like both of you use like Sarah or like Heather? And you both reach for the drink and then you're like, oh, do you use Heather too? Me too! only go to places like that with my parents, and it's usually Dunkin' Donuts. So I get called up by a number rather than a name usually. Yeah, I think the business model of that is to make it feel more personable. One of my friends worked at Starbucks for a pretty long time, and she said the training that they go through, they teach the Starbucks employees to be very, very friendly because they want a person to feel like they have a daily routine. So they come in and they see the same barista, they get their drink. It's a good start to their day. It becomes a part of their life, right? So I think that's part of it. They want the person to feel like they're seen, like they are valued. And that's part of their business model. I get that. But security wise, number. I put a galvanized nail. I used a Starbucks coffee I didn't like, pulled it out later, and bent it in my fingers like it was a piece of rubber. Is that because of the acidity? One time when I was younger, like I volunteered at a horse ranch where they worked with young children who had RAD, right? So my friend and I would go back and forth from the ranch, and her dad would sometimes get us drinks from the gas station. He got me this huge thing of cola. People who don't live in America, the gargantuan size of the colas are literally bigger than my head. They're around this big. So I couldn't drink it all, but I took it home. And this is when I was younger. So I put it on my counter and I forgot about it. And a couple weeks later, I remembered. I was like, oh crap. So I went to go throw it away. And when I opened the lid, there was dirt. Just like this much dirt. Like actual dirt. Yeah, eat that nail like it was a joke. I'm sure you could do with any coffee, really. Probably the acidity, right? But it kind of makes you think about having to take care of your teeth. I mainly just use my real name whenever I get a Starbucks drink, but half the time I'm with my mom or my older sibling. My go-to isn't even a coffee, it's a vanilla bean with extra caramel. That sounds so yummy right now. Caramel. I like hazelnut coffee, but I don't like it sweet. I don't really like sweet Americano. I like hazelnut scented bitter Americanos. It's fine to use an alias. No one really cares at Starbucks. It sounds like both parties have some sort of insecurity. The healthy kind of relationship is when you use a funny alias and your significant other laughs or rolls their eyes at you when they call a name. I agree with that, but I also think make the name something that isn't embarrassing for the employee to call out. That would be something I would think is an a-hole move. Like if you make a name that's inappropriate or just really embarrassing to say on purpose because you want to make the employee read it, that's mean. I think that's mean. But something like really silly and funny, yeah, I agree. That's a cute thing to do on a date. I usually get a tea if Starbucks is the only option. I think I usually get a refresher. Did you guys know that Starbucks got sued for their refreshers? They have dragon fruit, passion fruit, pineapple, and acai or something like that. And none of the refreshers actually contain the fruits that they're named after. So a bunch of people sued them. So if you've ever gotten a refresher from Starbucks, you might be able to get like a $5 coupon. Yeah. Yeah, really, June. I heard that the payout is going to be sometime soon. It was in the news somewhere. I don't remember exactly which site I read it on. Also, another fun fact. In a European country, I think it was Scotland, Subway bread isn't classified as bread. In a couple European countries, bread is considered a staple, so they're not taxed. Businesses that use bread and people who buy bread, the bread itself isn't taxed because it's considered a staple of life, but Subway bread was considered to be more of a cookie than a bread because it has so much sugar. So Subway gets taxed for their bread. Interesting stuff. Oh. 1 second. Let me put the charger in my computer. There. Got it. Wow, eat fresh. Yes. Okay. So next song. So I have a list of songs that I have up here, and I put in a few extra just in case I didn't feel like singing the song that I chose before. I'm going to sing a song called Kanji. I miss Subway now, especially their cheesy bread with ham and cheese. The cheesy bread is actually Italian bread. I just call it cheesy bread because it's easier to remember. I used to call it cheesy bread too when I was younger. It is cheesy bread. It has a lot more cheese than Italian herbs, okay? Okay. So this song is called Kanji. It directly translates to letter. And it's a classic Korean song by a very famous older singer who was one of the biggest names in the music industry in, I think, like the late 1900s. This is a very gorgeous song that's also quite sad, but it's about a beautiful farewell. It's talking about someone writing a letter to a person they're saying goodbye to and asking them to be happy and thanking them and saying, you've actually given me a lot more happiness and strength to live on than you realize. So I hope that for the rest of your life, you can forget about me and just live happily. It's a classic. Subway is a point of contention for me. They have a spokesperson that shares your name that turned out to be a goof. I get really angry when people associate me with them. Shh, shh, no one mention it. So what? So what? I don't. Let me know if the instrumental is kind of strange. are you listening? Thank you for listening. Okay, so that song, hello, hello. That song is a song called 편지 by a Korean singer named Kim Kwang-jin. Again, very old song, very classic song. The message in a nutshell is, I'm leaving you to your own happiness because I know that's what I have to do in order for you to continue your life in a way that can be positive. So everything that I wanted to say but couldn't say, I'm putting in this letter. Please live happily, forgetting about me, and keep only these feelings in your heart. Aiza, thank you for your first time chat. Diane, thank you. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that song. The next story is going to be one that is a little bit more serious. Not incredibly sad. Not anything that has to have like very serious disclaimers, but do read the pin message if you're just joining us. Make sure that you take care of yourself if you feel uncomfortable at all at any time. Step away, take care of yourself. I think I can distill that song and all of its meaning into a single action. Because this is Aspen, I'm scared. I I already have ribbons. This looks so. It looks like these are ears now. I'm glad you like the song. I hate you. Okay, the next question is, how can I let go of the past? Also something I'm personally really bad at, and I also have been contemplating a lot lately. This answer, I'm going to screw up the pronunciation again, is by someone named Visitra Zawar. They said, one of my friends told me this story to inspire me to move on. This story, note, not really realistic, and it's a little bit dramatic, but I felt like it might help someone somewhere out there who needs to hear it at this time. So I just wanted to read it. The story is, there lived a man. He wanted to climb the highest mountain in the world. After many years of preparation, he decided to give it a go. Because he wanted to achieve glory alone, he started climbing the mountain alone. It was cold, the night arrived, it was dark. Zero visibility, but he still wanted to climb. Instead of taking a halt, he kept climbing. Suddenly, his foot slipped and he lost control. It was a free fall. He felt the pull of gravity. In those moments of great fear, it reminded of all the good and bad things he had done in his life. He was now thinking of how close he was to his death. All of a sudden, and then he felt a hard pull by a rope tied to his waist. His body was now hanging with only the support of a rope. He cried and screamed, "Help me, God!" A voice came from a cloud. "What do you want me to do?" The man cried, "Save me, God!" The voice came, "Will you do as I say?" The man cried, "Yes, anything. Please save me." The voice came, "Cut the rope tied on your waist." The man did not cut the rope and held it by all of his strength. The next morning when the rescue team arrived, it said that the climber was dead and frozen. He was holding onto his rope, which was frozen only 6 feet above ground. So, how attached are you to your rope? Will you let it go? For a second, I thought Aspen redeemed something else and I was scared. Okay. And then the person finishes up by saying, it's time to let go for new, better things. And in order for those new, better things to come, you have to let go of the old. First, congratulations on realizing the need to let go and move on. This realization is the key. Most people keep most people keep basking in their past without even realizing that they're doing so. In my understanding and experience, following steps may help let go of the past. Number 1, acceptance. As ironic as it may appear, the first step of this journey of letting go is acceptance. Don't force yourself into forgetting the past. Don't try to evade those thoughts, memories, or feelings which make you uncomfortable. Rather, face them, confront them, give words to them, objectify them, and accept them in words, even if they are hurtful, embarrassing, or irritating. I know it's easier said than done, but believe me, once you start coming to terms with the memories that hurt you, those memories will lose the power to catch you off guard and make you feel vulnerable. With your willingness to confront them, memories will lose their status as haunting, as you will no longer feel like picking at a scab whenever anything relating to your uncomfortable past pops into your mind. Pain will no longer be a throbbing one, but a subtle one, and you can learn to carry it along with the hope that it will recede gradually. Number 2, take to yourself, talk to yourself. I'm going to speed through because this is kind of long. This is necessarily the extension of the first step, giving voice to your pain. In the words of John Green, your pain demands to be felt. You can't avoid pain by evading it, rather talk to yourself. Confess to yourself what it is. Don't be ashamed to admit them, even if they feel that they're embarrassing, even if there are negative feelings like jealousy, greed, envy, or guilt of any kind. Share your pain with yourself, even if you don't with anyone else. Imagine how you would counsel your younger self, or any of your younger siblings or your best friend in the same situation, and treat yourself the same way. Now, you've developed honesty and courage to face the uncomfortable past, and to immerse yourself in other productive things. Then they have a quote from The Kite Runner. This is a novel that most people in America are required to read in high school. It's very sad, very good read. I recommend it if you haven't read it yet. And the quote says, I wondered if that was how forgiveness budded, not with the fanfare of epiphany, but with pain gathering its things, packing up, and slipping away unannounced in the middle of the night. So, for our sake, the concept of forgiveness may be extended to absolving our younger selves from our own wrongdoings, or forgiving others for the pain we inflicted. It might take time, but if ultimately we can rid ourselves of those uncomfortable memories in a way we don't even seem to notice. Okay, so the question that I wanted to ask you guys was, what is personally the hardest thing that you've ever had to try to let go of? How did you do it? And do you think forgiveness is necessary to move on? I think most of us, since we were young, we've been told, oh, forgiveness is for yourself more than it is for others. It's because it's basically letting someone live rent-free in your head and letting it eat away at you when they're not even aware of your own anger and your grief. So forgive them in order to forget and move on. So we're often told that forgiveness is necessary, but lately there's been a very interesting debate about whether it is necessary at all. If it's possible to just forget and move on without the forgiveness portion. So I was curious what you guys thought. Do you think forgiveness is a necessary step, or do you think it's something that should be and can be up to choice? Also, I can take this thing off. Ow. 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 Blech. Okay. I think for me, the most difficult thing to let go of, probably relationships. Whether they're romantic or not, whether they're blood-bound or not, I think relationships are the hardest to let go of and move on from, for me. Jared said, forgiveness is pretty important. Gotta be able to forgive to move forward sometimes. So, for me, personally, I think that when someone is going, like they are in that immediate present, going through the process, forgiveness is up to them. Rarely do I think that someone coming to them and demanding that they forgive or saying it's required actually helps them to forgive. I think forgiveness can be a good thing if it's done within the agency of the person who's doing the forgiveness, but I don't think it's something that should be or can be demanded. But I do think that it is a very effective way of healing in the situations where it does work, where a person is able to do it. Disclaimer: story I'm about to share could be triggering. Okay. Everyone listening, anyone who's listening, please be aware that something triggering might be in the story that's about to be shared. I think it's especially hard when several people that you love are tangled within a single situation, and it's one where it's, in your perspective, very, very easy to see right from wrong, but there's some kind of, like, I don't know, family tie or some kind of loyalty, something emotional there that makes it so that you feel cornered or kind of forced to forgive that person in order to maintain the comfort of the people around you. I think that happens more often than we would feel comfortable admitting. I personally don't think that's okay. I think the future only changes when the person doing the wrong or the thing that's hurting someone else makes an effort to change something, some kind of action, some kind of thought. Something that's happening needs to change in order for there to be a different result. I think that is just as important, if not more so, than just like forgiveness and moving on. Of course, this depends on the situation and the person and the people. There's not really a straight white answer. Okay, trigger warning about affairs and about death and general strong emotion. My mom had an affair with my dad's best friend. She left my dad for this man. I straight up wanted to murder him. But I became very ill and I almost died in the hospital. And this man was there with my mom when I was dying. So I forgave him. I couldn't hate him anymore in that moment. Sorry, I'm trying to like, I can kind of imagine what it would feel like. And just imagining it is being either you or your mother, no, not your mother, your father in this situation. Here's the thing, most decent people who make mistakes feel bad about it. They feel guilt and they feel pain. So the mom and the best friend in this story probably also felt bad and pain. That doesn't mean what they did is okay. It's hard to forgive. Some things can't be forgiven. But holding on to hatred, it's hard on the soul. There are definitely certain things in this world that I haven't really experienced them, so it's hard for me to comment on whether or not they should be forgivable or not. It's really a person to person, situation to situation kind of thing. holding on to something is definitely painful. Even if it's something that is understandable to be that angry about, it's still going to hurt you. But I think trying to get rid of it forcefully, or having other people trying to make you do it forcefully, can be just as hurtful. So in some situations, I think my thoughts are that it's not necessary, and sometimes it does happen with time, and it's not something immediate. Jared, I'm really sorry that you went through something like that. I don't really know what to say. I hope there's some peace in your life and your family now. And I hope they work really hard to make up for the things that they did for maybe the rest of their life. Okay, that was very serious. The next song is one that's called Fine by Taeyeon. And I'm going to sing this one a cappella just because I feel like if it gets off rhythm, this one is going to really sound off. Okay. I might start this in the wrong key. 젖은 종이 조각에 다 맞는 나의 진심에 선명해져 Something about you. Yeah, 나를 많이 닮은 듯 다른 혹시 너와 같을까 지금 괜한 기대를 해. 하루 한 달 1년쯤 되면 서로 다른 일상을 살아가. 나는 아니야 쉽지 않을 것 같아요. 여전 너에게는 나를 채우고 아직 아니야 바보처럼 들리는 나 입가에 맴도는 말을 삼킬 수 없어. It's not fine. It's not fine. 농담받는 대화 사람들 중에 나 아무렇지 않은데 버리자도 숨을 쉬어 보이면 너랑 그늘을에서 외면해보지 마. 그 순간이 자꾸 떠올라. 잘 지내란 말이 전부였던 단단한 이별. 아직은 아니야 바보처럼 내딛는 날 입가에 맴도는 말을 삼킬 수 없어. It's not fine. It's not fine. Okay, that song, I kind of paraphrased it a little bit. I skipped to the bridge. But this song is called Fine by a very, very famous singer named Taeyeon. You might know her from her group called Girls' Generation. This song is one that talks about someone saying, all of the emotions that I felt, all of the scars that I have, some people may be able to move on from them, maybe you have, but not me, not yet. Not yet, I'm not yet fine. I was 13 when that all went down. It was a rough patch for sure. Everyone has moved on and has their happy endings. Forgiveness is important, is the moral of the story. When you can, anyway. Thank you, Jerry. I think it's also important to note that sometimes there are very dangerous people who exist in this world. And it's important to know when you need to step away to protect yourself. If there's someone who is like a diagnosed narcissist, or someone who is gaslighting you, someone who is abusing you, then none of this applies to you. Taking your space, getting away, takes precedence. So please keep that in mind. Okay, last story. This one is much lighter, so don't worry. This one actually I'm really curious about. Background. I grew up in an extremely religious family. I personally don't drink alcohol, and I never have. So this is something that is kind of like I'm clueless. I'm honestly just clueless. I'm gonna go grab a snack really quickly. Probably have some cereal. Yum, cereal. I have cereal too. I think I'm gonna eat some after stream. Okay, the question is also from the Reddit thread. Am I the a-hole? And the question is, am I the a-hole for not serving alcohol at my Halloween party? So, automatically hearing just the title of this, many people probably already have a thought. And I'm really, really curious to see what people think and the differences in the thoughts. You forgot to get milk? Yeah, Jared, you mentioned you have cereal too. Okay, I, 27 female, don't drink alcohol. It's a personal decision. I don't mind if other people drink it around me as long as they respect my desire not to and don't get pushy. I regularly host parties and small gatherings with friends, and I usually serve a variety of food and non-alcoholic beverages, usually beverages that I would drink if there were any left over. And I'm fine with people bringing their own alcohol if they want to drink. It's never been an issue before. Most of my friends I know don't drink, and my parties are usually successful either way. This year, I hosted a Halloween party, and I invited a few friends and a couple coworkers that were cool but I wasn't super close friends with yet. A few friends brought over their friends as well. As usual, I didn't serve alcohol. Things were going fine, and then my coworkers showed up, a few of them clearly already slightly buzzed. My best friend, Kev, who knows I don't drink, and had sometimes brought his own alcohol to my place in the past, started chatting with my coworkers, and then after a while, loudly starts talking about wanting a drink, and offers to go to the convenience store down the block to buy some alcohol. People were excited about this, so Kev left, got some booze, and came back. After the party, before he left, Kev pulled me aside and gave me a lecture. He told me that he respected my decision not to drink, but that if I was throwing a party for anyone outside of my close friends, alcohol was an expectation, and that I was going to disappoint a lot of people or be seen as misleading if there wasn't alcohol. He insisted that next time I should at least warn people that I wasn't serving alcohol, in case that it was a deal breaker or they wanted to bring their own, but that really I should just suck it up and serve it at my parties in the future. He also insisted that he saved my party by going out and buying, then asked if I would chip in for the cost of the alcohol. I was shocked and refused, but today he sent me a Venmo request for it anyway, and reminded me that I owed him. I was shocked and I didn't realize it was such a big deal. Am I the a-hole for not serving alcohol and for not warning people about this in advance? Info, the amount that was requested is $75. You have 4 to 5 different cereals? I miss Fruity Pebbles. I really want Fruity Pebbles now. Okay, so, like I said, I grew up in a conservative religious family and I don't drink at all. So to me, this is not a big deal. Like, I'm not really a big party poster. So I've never run into this problem personally. But when I did go to parties where friends would drink and stuff like that, I always told them in advance that I didn't drink. Sometimes I would have coworkers who would be very pushy about it, but after a while, they would kind of get used to it. But what do you think? Do you think if you're throwing a party and you don't specifically announce that it's an alcohol-free party, are you an a-hole? Is that like a horrible, rude thing to do? Like, I honestly, I don't know about this one. I brought it because I was curious what people think. Because a lot of people in the comments are kind of giving, yeah, you are kind of clueless at least. There are some not the a-holes, and then there are some people with a lot of upvotes saying you're kind of an a-hole, and regardless, you're clueless. So, I'm wondering. So, the number one comment on here that has the most upvotes is, you sent out a Halloween party invite and didn't mention it was bring your own booze. I'm pretty sure that stands for. You're not a total a-hole, but use some common sense. Not the a-hole, but come on. And there are like over 236 comments on that. That is, that guy got the booze. Okay, I guess party could imply liquor, but bring your own booze is usually party rules. See, that's kind of what I like. If it were a group of friends who usually drink together and that's what you guys usually do, I think, yeah, like it's probably implied. But if it's not and it's just like a random person's party and you go and you want alcohol, but this person doesn't drink, so they didn't prepare any, then go get your own. I don't know if that's like a huge societal faux pas, but generally my thought process is if you really want something, then provide it for yourself. Especially if it's something that the host or another person just doesn't touch for whatever reason it is. The second most liked comment is, soft, you're the a-hole. I fully support your choosing not to serve alcohol at parties, but it's something that you should let people know beforehand, particularly for a holiday party such as Halloween, so they can plan accordingly. However, I don't think you should have to pay for it because you didn't partake. Your friend should have asked everyone to chip in. See, this is another thing. When I was in Korea, alcohol is a huge part of the culture, right? So usually when you're doing an after party, people just go drink. I don't drink. My friends know that. Thanks for the lurk, June. So when I would go to a party like that, I would usually only eat food. Well, not usually, I just eat food. And so even if I offered to pay, my friends would be like, no, you didn't drink. Why are you paying for the alcohol? And they would not let me pay. The difference in this scenario is that this person is the host of the party, so I can see the logic from there. But I still don't think it's something that should be expected. Or they could say, from now on, since I have now been clear about my standards and what I expect, from now on, if something like this happens at your party, I expect you to chip in. But doing it and then after the fact asking for remuneration, I don't think that's cool. And then there are like a plethora of comments that say like, you know, you're not a bad person, you're not the jerk. Don't Venmo this person who doesn't respect you. Your house, your rules. If people want to leave, which no one did because of a lack of drinks, that's their problem. If they need it to have fun, then ask them if there is any. He chose to buy it, so the cost is on him and maybe anyone who he bought it for. Does anyone have any other thoughts? I don't know. The first time I heard that most weddings are also considered to be kind of torturous unless there is alcohol, being like an open bar, I didn't know that. Like, I honestly did not know that. So this to me is something completely out of my boundaries and I have no clue. And I actually am curious, like, what people genuinely think. Like, societally, what is considered to be etiquette? I don't know. I shall wait 1 minute, just in case there is a comment. Hey, if you want people to pitch in and stuff, talking about it first is usually a good idea before just buying it and saying, hey, you owe me. I agree. I definitely agree. And I think if this person is your best friend, if they're a reasonable person, you just going to them and saying, look, I honestly didn't know, and I'm sorry if it made you uncomfortable. Since I know, from now on, if you talk to me in advance, then we can work something out. But this time, I wasn't made aware of it, so I don't feel comfortable. If they're a reasonable person and actually your good friend, this person says that this person is their best friend, I would think that they should understand that. Like, even if they didn't 100% agree to it, it's something you can understand. Yeah, a lot of people in the comments are saying basically like, you're not a bad person, you're not a jerk, but it typically is expected. So I guess the general consensus is you don't have to, but you probably should let people know in advance if you're planning on having a dry party. So not the a-hole, but it generally just should be announced. Does that sound right? Do you think that's accurate? So that was the last story that I brought. Story, question, whatever you want to call it. So I prepared 2 songs. One of them is a follow-up song for this story, and one of them is what I wanted to sing for the closing song today. So the follow-up song is called Blackout by my favorite singer in the world, named IU. This song, fun fact, a producer that I knew in Korea also knew someone who knew IU, and apparently IU's first time ever going to a club-like place, she went for the experience. Like, she went and sat down and just wrote lyrics. So this song is actually one that she wrote the lyrics for during like her first trip to a club, just to experience it. This is like what she was seeing and how she wanted to map it out. So I thought that was really interesting. Okay.
봐봐 너만큼 뱀을 당해 그대 안 가도 돼
chorus in the middle that I can't sing. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna sing the chorus part a cappella. There are a lot of like follow-up verses that another person is supposed to sing. Sorry. Hey, Mr. Lover, I love your body. 이리 와서 나의 키스를 받아줘. 사랑이 많은 건 전혀 나쁜 게 아니래요. Oh. Hey, Mr. DJ, I love your music. 도대체 나를 어떻게 한 거야? 가스피드만 아니면 네가 내 첫사랑이야. Okay, so that was really good. So we're just going to move on to Taeyeon. So this is Taeyeon's solo debut song. It's a very difficult song, but I wanted to sing it as the ending. Okay. My throat is going away. This is really embarrassing. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna breathe for just like a couple minutes. I talked too much, and now my throat is wet. I felt this during last stream too. I really need to build up my stamina. Like I was going to do a longer stream last time, like at the 3 hour and 30 minutes mark, I died. I just died. A lot of people do 15 hour, 17 hour, 24 hour streams. I'm sorry, guys. It's actually really, really embarrassing. This is a nice remix. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sing the chorus, sing the bridge, and then call it. 빛을 쏟는 sky, 그 아래서 꿈꾸듯이 fly, my life is a beauty. 꽃잎은 저물고 힘겨웠던 날 작은 빛을 따라서 아득했던 날 저 멀리 보내고 찬란하게 날아가 새로워진 날 Fly high, 난 너는 내 beauty. 다시 떠올래. Okay. That is it for Listen 2.0. Wow, that was really, really scuffed. Okay. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for chatting with me, talking with me. Lesson 2.0 was a lot more scuffed than I was hoping it would be. I apologize. My streams are pretty much always scuffed. Currently working on it. A PC is on the way, so hopefully after I get everything set up, we'll be able to figure that out. Also, Lesson 3.0, it's probably going to be a much lighter theme, and hopefully we will have our guest. So I'm hoping I can convince the guest to do it with me. I also forgot to turn off the echo. Thoughts. Do you guys have any comments? Listen is very much an in-progress kind of thing. A radio is something that I always kind of wanted to try, so this is what I'm doing right now. Feedback? Do you think it's like too dark? Do you think it's not very fun? You can be very, very, very specific. What are some things that you would like to see? What are some things that you think is better off without? Questions, concerns, suggestions. While you do that, I'm going to run to the bathroom, so I will be right back. I'm back. No comments. Kind of really need feedback. Okay, I think what we're gonna do now, I want to play a little bit of Genshin and get through a little bit more of the Wanting Quest, because we are getting an update soon. So I want to do a little bit of Genshin, Toxic X. While we do that, if you guys can think of anything that you want to comment about with the radio program, just like very honest comments would be very helpful. Let's see. Oh, I should change the stream information. And let's do Fontaine. Oh, this is a really cute remix too. Oh, before I do this, I should make sure I'm not stopped. It's always a vibe. I feel like it'll get better when you get your new PC. Do you have any like specific recommendations on things that you think would be? Whoa, what is this? Why is it frozen? Better, like a different category of stories, or different types of music, or like a different format. 1 second, this is weird. Why is this weird? Thank you, Jerry. I know this isn't really like the content that is popularly watched on Twitch. It's just something that I really wanted to try. Is it working now? The variety of stories has been interesting. Okay. Thank you. I really want to make it enjoyable for the people who are watching. So any feedback, highly appreciated. I'm really glad that you found it interesting. Okay, so it's fun to discuss. I'm glad. I'm going to turn Spotify off now because we're going to have Genshin music. Let me know if the sound is too loud or too soft or anything like that. Why is it freezing? Oh, okay. There we go. Yay! Primo Gems! Is the sound level okay for you guys? Too loud? I think someone said it was a little loud last time, so I'm gonna maybe one down. We are finally in Fontaine! Or I can finally catch up to the lore. I've been watching some early lore videos lately. It's a little bit loud. Project, thank you. Also, hi! Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you are having a good day or night, wherever you may be. I'm going to lower the music and the sound and leave the dialogue, because dialogue tends to be a little bit more difficult to hear. Let me know while we're doing a stream if it's uncomfortable at all. Yes. What was I saying? I've been watching lore videos about early stories. So much fun. It's so much fun. Hello, not staying long, gotta go to sleep, but have a good stream. Thank you, Project. That's so sweet. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Resin. 1 second. You've already Resin. Ah! Oh. How do you guys keep your resin from caps? I feel like mine caps every day. Also, question. Do you guys prefer having background music on during the quest or just quest? So try not to throw such a dark story in there next time. The exploded appendix arc was the word. No. I really appreciated you sharing your story. Oh. Yeah. I really like it when you guys share stories. Thank you for sharing. And then sending out.
Ad Astra at.
This is such a reminiscent melody and voice. Okay. What do you guys think? Music in the background of the quest or just Genshin music? To be honest, I'm leaning more towards just Genshin music. I forgot you have Jean. Yes, he is definitely a quality of life changer for me. I'm so happy. But I've been watching a lot of lore videos. Hi June! We finished up the radio and we are doing some of the Fontaine quest. Welcome back. And a lot of videos seem to think that Zhongli is one of the most of the deities. Genshin music is okay. Do you prefer it? I want to do something that is fun for everyone. So don't be afraid to tell me like your preference. Oh, we're finally going in here. Off we go. Enter the opera. Finally. Woo, woo, woo. Cutscene. Oregon.
Traveler in Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
You
Are you
invited
kidding?
us.
We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
I'm in Fontaine. Woo! Opera house. Also, I would love this in real life. Front row, best premiere seat opera tickets.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Why, thank you.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Hi, Andre. How are you?
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come
Andre,
over here
you
and take
stream,
a look
right?
at this?
June, could you give Andre
I'll
a
be
shout
right
out,
there.
please? Guys, please.
Seems
let her
there's
up
an
and-
issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Cowl seems like a really familiar name. It's okay, just finished eating earlier. I was chatting with my older siblings, and I have a random question. If you go to a restaurant or fast food further away from you and the restaurant arrives closer to your home, is the one closer to your home going to be the same as the one you usually go to farther away? Fast food, are you asking if like the food is the same no matter where you're at, if it's a chain? Well, the people who are cooking it are different, right? And each time you cook it, it's going to get cooked a little bit differently. So I don't think it tastes exactly the same in my experience. And the amount of ingredients that one worker puts in might not be the same amount that another worker puts in. Tends to be different for me, but I think it also depends on how sensitive your taste buds are. Yeah, it's the Archon quest. Thank you for saying hi, Andre. Sure. Let's get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
You do not know how long I've been waiting for this. You have no idea how long I've been waiting. The city of... Wait, okay, disappeared? Going to this... Oh! It's so quiet. Ah, they said we arrived early, right? At this rate, you might pass me in contact. Hi, Aspen. Take a peek at Zhongli. No one's ever seen it before. Okay, right after this cutscene.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Dot dot dot. Shifty eyes. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Paimon, I choose you. You're up, Paimon. Isn't that usually your job? Go. Little?
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Paimon,
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But, what should we talk about?
Social awkward. This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Why is he so gentle? I
So
didn't think
you're
he was
not
gonna be this
friends with
gentle.
Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Vaudain.
Yep.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur
Monsieur
Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Wait, question. Is it Nouvelet or Nervelet? Have I been saying it wrong? Jared, it's okay. Take your time. We're gonna get through this cutscene and then we'll check it out. When I mentioned the restaurant debate, my brother told me technically she's not wrong. And I was like, thank you, bro. Thank you. Is it Nervelet or Nouvelet? Nouvelet, right? Why are they saying Nervelet?
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Thanks, Jared.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be?
Nervelet.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
He's a
Allow me to
dragon,
introduce
right?
you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Wow.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon
Either
had
way,
no
you've
idea
always
you
had
were
to
such an
present
important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for
Some of the
work.
pseudo-French
Nearly
names are
every person has their usual reserved seat, so
So-
I'm not so special, really.
the accurate
And
pronunciation.
by the way, I
Noodle?
should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to,
It's really odd that they...
there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take
She's
notice of her
perfect.
sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very
Ooh,
good.
they-
That is for the
I
best.
think I've seen you before.
No need to pay
Where have
her
I
any
seen you?
more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief
Does
Justice
anyone
and the
watch
Hydro
A Little
Archon?
Strawberry Sugar? If you
All
had,
right,
you are my soulmate.
please
someone.
wait just a
Also,
moment
there's
longer.
a character named Greta.
I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance
Farina
will
really
start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
If you say it in French, no might sound like it hints at an R, but it isn't actually there. It's just a sound that doesn't exist in English. No, I can't do French. Am I kidding? Newville. I'm not gonna try.
The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show
Why
before.
does the traveler look so worried? The crowds enter the venue and the curtains open for the show to begin. Yeah, like the New Zealand
They're dimming the
cheerleaders.
lights. The show must be starting. Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the star of today's show, Linny.
I waited for this for
And
so
over
long.
here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please,
Nah,
let's give her
wait.
a warm welcome.
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Hello, everyone.
He's not happy.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
Just in words? No proof? Are they taking the visions? They're taking the visions.
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
That was good dialogue.
Good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado,
You like her a lot?
let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but
Wait,
don't worry.
Lynette
She'll be
or
coming
Farina?
right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and
Snow?
before I forget,
Well, it's falling.
there's one more thing I
Lynette's
should
character,
say.
it is cool.
You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
You don't need to know how to clip, Jared. You don't need to know how to clip.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Did you see that detail in the animation? Oh,
But this isn't what you came for. These little
so
tricks,
detailed and nuanced.
you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Thank you for the lurk, Winlet.
Using this
it the water?
tank, I shall make my sister
Houdini
vanish
trick.
completely, right before your very eyes.
It's the Houdini trick. She looks worried.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
Can Fontanians breathe underwater? Is that lore?
Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully.
Oh, it's an act, right?
With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Huh? Already? No. No clipping. No clipping. All vision holders can breathe underwater while embodied in that floor. Ah, okay. So it's not just like an in-game thing. Yone! We're finally on hunting. We're finally on hunting. The animation quality got so much better.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything.
What a show! No wonder he's a famous musician.
If we could see easily through his tricks,
How does Sola dress
then that
up?
would
I don't
mean that
know.
his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Okay, Boomer me has to head to bed now. Have a great stream and night, Grandpa. Night, Gramps. Thank you for being here. Bye. What was I? Rio and Nuvelet. Both of them. Hush, hush, hush. I don't know what any of you guys are talking. Bye. Both Rio and Nuvelet, in my opinion, Nuvelet, in my opinion, their in-game appearances are much more appealing than their splash art.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance.
Malfoy's usually big bro, but right now he
our
feels like
magical
Grandpa.
journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
Ooh, style.
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case,
Jared is
I
grandson.
have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will
love his
require
eye
the
color.
participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now.
I want to go.
There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
Is it moving the person from there to there?
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very
feel
close
like the
attention to the
boxes look
box
like
you
caskets.
see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see. I'm sure we can spot how he does it.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector.
Everything
It selects
in
numbers
Fontaine
entirely at random.
It's so
Even
rustically
I don't know
designed,
who will be
even though
chosen to
Fontaine's supposed to be
participate. Now
technologically
then,
advanced.
let's begin.
I really like it. And I like the clock motif.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have
Isn't
the
that the
chance to
thief?
experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please,
that the-
come
the
forward.
thief from before?
My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible.
That's creepy.
You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box.
That's even creepier.
If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
I'm sure Lenny's prepared. With the whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to. That's what I'm saying.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted.
Just like a kindergartner.
Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60! 59! 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
Why the
All
ominous
right,
music?
I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Huh?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's just part of the show. Maybe he's just supremely confident in his ability.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Did it come from the stage? Maybe it was just to divert our attention.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10,
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7,
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5, 4, 3,
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
Was I offline? Oh no! A new fantastic point of view! Welcome back. Hi, it's Pochi! Welcome in. Marina! Oh.
What happened? That's part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
Did Genshin just send a character on screen? Okay, so you could tell, right? That something was eerie and something was wrong. Something was going to happen. I didn't know that was going to happen.
What happened?
Oh no, maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical
Let's go
staff
from
with
the
me.
audience.
Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
Why is she so
No
flaky?
need to be alarmed, you two.
I'm fine.
We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
After some time, the guards complete their investigation.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Yeah, that's what I.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
She was the thief from.
It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
It's poetry. Yeah, I know. And to pull it off like this, in front of an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice?
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery
really
as
not
his
trustworthy.
finale.
Or
Did he
dependable.
really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh?
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after
You can
being
have her,
chosen,
Tony.
did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
Yeah, so he's
Now
in
that
the
I
morning.
think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things
At least give him a
disappear
trial,
was
aren't you a
nothing
judge?
more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Linny do this?
Okay, where's the
He was
proof?
in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
He's a suspect at most. It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are
On
pressing
what
charges?
grounds?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
The lack of
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I feel like we're getting played, but I trust Linny.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time
Her
we
eyes are-
met. But with Linny's
had a
help,
duel? You
our little
withdrew.
duel ended in a draw.
You were scared out
But
of your wits.
draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I
Oh, my
understand.
goodness.
Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you,
I like how Neva lets them
are
say
you
things.
willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
We don't have a license. But okay, yes, I am. It's poetry. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you are. Welcome in. Thank you.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
No, but for the land of justice, they are so loose about things. Is the justice just whatever Farina thinks is right? Also, why is she so unreliable? I thought you're a god.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Her voice is
I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Thanks, Jared. Everyone is dismissed and the audience begins to leave along with Farina and Nubia. Okay. Lynette is fine.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal.
He's actually shaking. The animation detail got so much better.
I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
I want to say no because I like Linney's characters more. I can't help feeling like we're being played by like everyone here. No, or it's hard to say. Okay, we already said that we trusted him before. Let's keep our word.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either.
There has to be a reason why.
If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yes, it's very strange. But there's no denying what happened. I mean, look at y'all in your sus. It is kind of sus. I'm not gonna. Top hat. Monoglass. Scarf.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where did you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
Okay.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
Can we please get a skin for this? Like with an entire suit? Like a Paimon skin?
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal
I
self.
really hope he's
But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence.
She said skimming? Skimming. Like reading?
Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
I don't have a license!
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much.
I won't let you down. I'm used to this sort of thing.
Yeah, just leave it to us.
Us?
Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon
Paimon
has a
doesn't-
question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
But didn't we get like Paimon's emergency funds before? And the description was something like, I wonder how much more she has stashed away.
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Ooh, thought we were returning.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Give me pocketing a little loot. You? Interesting. Guys, 1 second. I'll be right back. I am going to run to the bathroom and lower the air conditioner because it's really cold right now. I'll be right back. Sorry. Hi, I'm back. 1 second, I forgot to shoot. Alright. There you go. Okay. Oh, so for every five more you find she's been skimming like 0.5 more. I was thinking maybe because Paimon technically is our traveling partner, right? So every time we do a commission, maybe we give her like an allowance. She does technically help us.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial.
I heard Maripode is not exactly great.
'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it.
That I can understand. But I'm on the bridge of whether this is just the voice actor's style or if he's meaning for Lynn to sound like he's acting.
But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still
This is
here.
before athletic. I don't have a license.
Paimon is on the case.
Okay. Paimon's adorable. I love Paimon. Okay.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
It's always the officer. The officer is always sus. We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys, I guess.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see.
Okay.
The deceased is...
It's Poetry gifted a tier 1 sub to Kai1. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Yone, you don't have to go to the Advis anymore. Woohoo! Thank you so much, It's Poetry. That's really generous. Aw.
The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged.
Oh, they actually body language. Yay, Keone doesn't have to go to the Advis. Woo!
As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Wait, but wasn't Cowl next to... Originally, when I saw the cutscene, I thought that the box had fallen on Cowl. But he was... But why was Cowl inside? Wasn't the girl supposed to be in there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl.
The thief.
However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly
really
makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely.
It's Poetry gifted a tier 1 sub to Stream Elements. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, It's Poetry. Thank you so much for your 2 gifted subs. That's great. I didn't know you could gift a sub to Stream Elements. Thank you so much. That is very, very sweet of you.
But he doesn't have a motive.
And we don't have any evidence. I thought this was the nation of justice.
Are you both good friends of his?
We technically just met.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
24 hours.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys.
That's more on us.
I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand.
Is there no... I think... Thank you for always being here in the Stream Elements. That is adorable. That is so cute. Also, I think technically we needed to have Stream Elements subbed in order to make a raid message. So that's really helpful. Thank you, It's Poetry. That is actually extremely... You just upped the quality of stream for a month. Oh, my stream is always scuffed. So, I think we talked about this before. Genjin, magic. Visions, magic. Elemental power is not the same thing as magic here. Apparently.
I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
But that's not always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good.
He actually seems like he is warning us for confusing. Now if Paimon had a cowboy hat and a sheriff badge, she could be Texan Detective Paimon! Texan Paimon is here for the friendship.
Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case vector to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. You can check asset undiscovered evidence and clues in the case vector, then investigate the corresponding area to relocate them. Use perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. Oh. Guards investigation report. The investigation of the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance, the rope dangling to the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowl, who was within it. It seems evident that Linny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowl and the reason for the chosen lead's disappearance remains. Texas Detective Paimon! The deceased. Oh. kind of hope he isn't actually dead and he shows up. Internet again. The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants named Cowell. He was well trusted by all of his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props as well as assisting the show and keeping the crowd engaged. That past tense. Oh my gosh. A detective examined the white box. This is where the magic box was strapped. If Cowell weren't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. The... Huh? Wait. I'm gonna stay quiet for a while. Hello.
Go ahead, have a look around. In the end, we're both after the truth.
He actually seems the most trustworthy out of everyone that we've met so far. Examine the damaged magic box. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank.
It's gifted a tier 1 sub to Aspen Fairlight. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Poetry, thank you so much for 3 gifted subs. Aspen! Oh. Wow, thank you. I hope you're enjoying this video. Also, I didn't realize Aspen had been subscribed for 4 months. Wow. Thanks, Aspen. Is this the same as the white line? Oh.
So this
Thank you,
is
it's
the rope
poetry.
that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
It's cozy here. I like it. That makes me really, really happy to hear. I'm really glad you're enjoying it.
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Dun dun. I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa.
This
Look!
is
This
actually
bit is made from different material!
I like this new type of quest.
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton. So the rope was switched out.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means...
I can't take her seriously though.
Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Can we trust him on this note? Special rope. This rope was used to suspend the water. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made... only that location was made of flammable material. Okay, it's valuable. I really like. Look for clues inside the office. Oh.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
The machine could have been rigged. Did they check the machine?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
There's no evidence against them yet. More. Oh. Wait, so in Fontaine, you're guilty unless proven otherwise?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
She didn't really seem happy.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Big.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
But what the performer? go out of their way to get all of the information. Typically, that's done by a different staff member. I don't think that's
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us too.
because we were his direct guests. That's different.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Random number selector. This device was used during Lenny's magic performance to choose a lucky member of the audience. However, the guards have found that it would generate the exact number no matter what. Clearly, someone has tampered with it. And that didn't count as a clue. Interesting. White line, we did that. Magic box, we did that. We did the row. Oh, inside. Okay, do we have to leave the stage? Maurice.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence.
I mean, that makes sense.
The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is? We're Lenny and Lynette's attorneys.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
So the people who disappear aren't necessarily unknown. So they're taken even if they know that their presence will be... their lack of presence will be noticed.
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her, and we have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Is she connected to the thief from before? Because you use the same model.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all of this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
How long did they say it'd been since the serial disappearances started? Was it 20 years? Information about the missing lady's identity. Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe. Oh, that counts as one. Okay, we can't leave this room. We're supposed to look through the seats too, right? Are people allowed to stick around? Shouldn't they close off the area? Essel. That's a nice one.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too.
Reporter?
If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
We should ask Lenny what he dropped.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
The glasses.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that.
The coughing Morris was a subtle drunk. Sorry. Okay, we'll do that right after that.
And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Jared, could you give me your UID one more time? I'm sorry.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Who are you?
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Strange sound during the magic show. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Okay. You're right, we are friends here. Okay, we are going to check out Jared's Zhongli, which I was supposed to do a while ago, but I forgot. I'm sorry. Okay, right off the bat, level 90. That's very, very
Osmanthus
HP is
wine
super
tastes
high.
this.
Staff of Homa, beautiful. Level 90, as it should be. Oh. Double HP. Disclaimer, I'm not the most knowledgeable of stats, so this is mostly going to be me going, ooh, I want to steal this. Why don't my artifacts ever look like this? 30! I got you, Jun. Okay, this is kind of a stupid question. For anyone who is lurking and does not know, I started Genshin this year, so I'm still catching up on information. When an artifact hits like double times 2 or times 5 or something like that, does that also double or triple or 10 triple, however you say it, the amount of the stat that goes up? Or is it just doubling or multiplying the experience? How do you get 32? Wait, this is considered a unicorn, right? To me, this looks really... It is really good. Like, what I'm asking is, to get to 32, do you have... Is it required to hit a multiplication? Or do you just have to hit almost every single time? That's crazy. 32. Okay, this is really lovely, too. You have crit damage, crit rate, and HP, and attack. So there's not a single substat that has to be thrown away. You have no idea, you think pretty much. Wow. Crit rate with crit damage, double HP, and a little bit of defense, which is fine. Wow. Did I already do this one? Geo damage bonus. Beautiful. Double HP, elemental mastery, and crit rate. Wow. I actually don't know, but I'm sure you know what you're doing. Wow. The EM is wasted on that one. I want this. I want mine. Go. Can I steal it? Mine. How do you get 32? So it does, when you get a multiplication on the experience points, it does also multiply your substat. So you have to get a multiplication on an upgrade level and also get it into the right substat. That is horrifying. EM is wasted because he doesn't need EM. Yeah, but you got him a lot of HP. And he's crowned. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Jared. That didn't make me jealous at all. Now we're going to check June's Linny. Which is very nice for this quest. He's number 1 in the showcase. Okay, let's see first, what does Linny scale off of? I can't click on them. What does Linny scale off of? Also crowned and really close to being double or triple crowned. Level 90. Weapon. Aqua Simulacra, that's a beautiful weapon. This is Yelan's signature weapon. Artifacts. I'm scared because I'm gonna get jealous. Yeah, Aspen, its poetry gave 3 gifted soaps. Isn't that crazy? Crit rate, crit damage. Very nice. Crit damage with 7.4 crit rate. Elemental mastery, energy recharge, and attack, so not a single substat that you're throwing away there. Pyro damage with crit damage. HP attack energy. Oh, that's quite a healthy amount of energy recharge. That's nice. And just as a reminder, our little Julie is a free-to-play character. So I can see the love that you have for Lynn in this build. Wow. Aqua Simulacra is such a... I love that there's like a little butterfly ring right here. It might not be a butterfly ring, but I'm calling it a butterfly ring. You think he scales off of attack, still learning his kit? I mean, he looks great. 51.4 crit rate. Is crit rate important for Lenny? Because I think the general consensus is that for people who do need crit rate, 70 is about right, but I'm honestly not sure. He has Aqua, that's awesome. Exactly. Aqua Simulacra. She has him at 90. He has amazing artifacts. And he is crowned, almost triple crowned. And June is a free-to-play character. This is really impressive. You think? You gave him the new Battle Pass bow. I don't have the new Battle Pass bow. I got the... What's it called? The Floating Lotus. And the sword. Okay. Thank you guys for sharing your characters. That was really fun. That was really, really fun. Okay. What else do we have? We are currently looking for evidence within the theater because even though we don't have a license and it's supposed to be the nation of justice, apparently Linny is guilty until proven otherwise just because Farina decided that she wanted to say that and her pride is too high to admit that she actually made a mistake and blurted out something without actually having the evidence to support it. And also in Fontaine, people don't have to have licenses in order to be considered attorneys or lawyers. So much for justice. Oh. Maybe if we go all the way up. Not seeing anything shiny between the scenes. Oh, Molly.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do.
She sounds so sleepy.
I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
You were hoping Yante would get called here? That would be awesome. I love seeing characters in different nations than the ones that they were born in. It's just like a nice little treat. Is Lynette a good character to build? Is she pretty strong? I have her on my alt account, and my alt account is currently pretty weak. Evidence, evidence, evidence. We need one more. I guess we can try. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay, leaving was the right idea.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
I was so curious what Nadia's role is in this game. But I was trying to keep myself from spoilers so hard. You know, we're fine. Okay, information.
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth.
More similar to Ferdinand
No.
than I thought.
And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Yante is a lawyer. Even Shinobu went to law school. Exactly. But in the actual nation of justice, apparently you don't need a license.
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
Nope.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it.
Wait, is that the organization that the two guys with the sunglasses who tried to bury a guy and put pie or chicken, the chicken dish in front of him? Are they from this organization? Because they look exactly the same.
And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Oh, her eyes are really big.
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Silver, nice to meet you. 흐르지 못하게 또 살짝 웃어. It's poetry. Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs. That is a total of 8 gifted subs in the past, like, I don't know, 30 minutes. Wow. Thank you. But I don't really know what to say. I really appreciate it. Poetry. Thank you so much. That's I don't know what to say. I'm moving on. Thank you. 흐르지 못하게 또 살짝 웃어. Nice.
It's Poetry gifted a tier 1 sub to solar_rain.
Okay, I think that's a total of 10 gifted subs. It's poetry, thank you. Oh wow. Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, the only thing I can think of to say is thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. And that's so very sweet and so kind. I'm very happy. Thank you. Hi, Button!
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
Navia's personality is so different from what I expected. I can't use her. She's like another Farina.
My apologies,
She's a
demoiselle.
little bit less.
Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use
Prefer,
that
boss.
instead.
Endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is
fine.
fine.
Thank you, it's poetry. Thank you.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rasula anyway.
Yeah. I think we ran into a couple of your members and they were burying a guy and his head was the only thing that was above ground and you placed a chicken in front of him so that the crabs would try to eat.
All merely trifling details. Never mind.
Her eyes are
Now,
really big.
back to the situation at hand.
She looks like she's from a different game almost. Like she looks more like she would fit in with Honkai Star Rail. So you want to investigate as well? Navia is phenomenal. I really can't wait for her. I've been really curious to see what her role is. So far, so good. So far, so good.
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Okay. Also, I'm kind of partial to yellow roses. This is so pretty.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Element idea. Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Okay. Personality. I'm sure that I can get used to it. Frivolousness is annoying, I'm not gonna lie. But being the god of an entire nation and just throwing people into jail without any evidence whatsoever, unacceptable. And if any were a Genshin character, I think she should call up Navia. I agree with you. I think I actually said that to Annie before. I think I actually told Anne that Navia reminds me of her.
But that's not uncommon for her.
If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away.
Okay, so it seems that this is pretty common for her, and she is not reliable at all.
Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
It sounds like she has good reason. At least there's some evidence for that.
What's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that. Okay, for some reason the alerts did not go off, but... $2,800. Poetry, is that okay for you to be using this much? Oh my gosh, thank you. This is kind of crazy. Thank you so much. Korean react. 안녕하십니까? 너무 감사합니다. 네, 저는 뭐를 하는지 모르겠는데요. 너무너무 감사합니다. 진짜 너무너무 감사합니다. Thank you, it's poetry. This is so much generous. Thank you. She would need extensions. Navia has a lot of hair. Extensions can be done. Extensions expensive, but they can be done. And she could always get like the clip-on extension. And would make a great copy. I agree.
All right, I've answered your question. Now it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No, I think it's really strange.
Well?
Not always. There are lots of serious trials. Treating it like a show and having people applaud you and laud you like you're a celebrity and joke about it and talk about it like it's yesterday's drama. Gross.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment. Huh.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent.
I won.
No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
And it also seems like Farina feels a lot of pressure to be loved and appreciated and perfect in other people's eyes. She wants to be adored, and since she is the god of Fontaine, and she's made it all into a show, before too, she wanted everything to be entertaining. When Linny was saving us with the invisible string, she probably feels pressure to make every story bigger than the last, and that puts a lot of people in danger because she's playing with real people's lives.
And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
After a 14-hour day mopping asphalt. Look. Oh. Voice actors can make their voices sound so many different ways. Their vocal cords are inhuman. Oh.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Since you put this thing on.
Huh? Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
Interestingly, she looks like she'd be fussy, but she doesn't seem that fussy. I like Navia.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon. Seems you've already agreed, then.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
Honestly, I think unraveling the truth, even if it weren't a friend. I was worth it. But I do like Linny's character. It makes me want to support that more. But it also makes me fearful that He's going to betray us because this is Genshin.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Also, it's kind of cute how they have rose buds and Navia has fully budded roses in her hat.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Interesting. Let's see what they have to say. And that did not count as a clue. Huh.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
Poisson fish?
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
I clean mine too. Guys, after all of that construction madness from my last apartment, you know how they started construction without covering any of my furniture or anything up? Not only did I have to throw away a lot of things and rebuy them, and a lot of other items were missing, my clothes are all covered in dust. So, the reason why there are a bunch of bags back there is I cannot hang them up until I launder every piece of clothing that I own that was inside of my apartment. Endless laundry. Endless laundry. Those are rosebuds? Sheesh, I thought they were funky funding actually.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
I know what mademoiselle means. Is demoiselle a short version of that? Jared, you speak French, right?
Oh, right.
Also, I wish we could steal some of this furniture. Tristan. Hey, Tristan.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
Oui, je suis bilingual. Is demoiselle a shorter way to say mademoiselle? Is it like the slang version of that, or does it mean something else? Bilingual, right? Okay.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case.
Also, I like the detail of how they changed the Traveler to Hydra regardless of what element we have for it.
Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection.
It's basically Lady or Miss. So Mademoiselle itself means Lady or Miss, and Demoiselle is just a shorter version of saying that? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard Demoiselle before. Demoiselle.
So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck.
Got it. Thank you, Jerry.
But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
I respect that. Hard work.
We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
Why do all the characters talk like this, though? We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know. Okay.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here.
Unless they're all in on it.
Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
I wish you could give Melusines the same glasses and mustaches as Paimon. That would be so cute. Entrances and exits to the Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
I think I've run into Molly. In the, what's it called? The jail place. I forgot the name. Starts with an N. Maripy? Isn't Molly the one who gets mad at you if you get caught swimming next to it and taken into the prison? Isn't Molly the one who's like, you guys should be careful if you don't want to get in trouble? Isn't that her?
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
The Melusines are such an enigma to me. I love them, but I don't get them at all. I think that's part of their charm, though, because they're so cute and adorable, but they're also just such different creatures from human beings. Everything that they do is lovable. And it's also really interesting how, lore-wise, they're supposed to come from the body of a god or something.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this? Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation.
And then there's Sigwin. I accidentally saw Sigwin when I went on to end stream. I left immediately after I figured out that there were spoilers. But I saw Sigwin's design. It's so cute. Okay, Sigwin's design is my favorite. Out of all of the Fontaine characters, Sigwin's is my favorite. I hope they release her.
And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
They sure are trusting.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Sigwin was in the Fontaine teaser with Rosalie. I didn't get to watch all of the live stream. When the last live stream happened, I was being flung from hotel to hotel because of the housing issue. So I never actually watched all of it. This time, I'm hoping that I can stream the stream.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Is that
good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board.
They take the entire
if you
back
put
out.
2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
This is actually really interesting.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
And this passage links the two boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel.
They've got to be really fast.
See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
안녕하세요. Thank you for saying hi. Welcome in. Question. So, is the reason that Lenny's voice was coming from the box even though he was in the middle of transitioning? Did he leave a recording of himself in there or something?
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
The details in her hair.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps.
Even though this whole thing is sus? Yeah, it doesn't really match up. It seems like there are a lot of caveats to this plan.
The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
So was it an illusion?
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
Then he sounds so chipper in English? Does he not sound like this in the other? Did you guys... Wait. After we're done with this cutscene, I want to show you guys something.
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
But their eye color is different and their height is different. Never mind.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
That's actually really sweet.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Hello, ears? That's what... But... Top hat. She probably just covers them up. I can tell a lot of thought was put into this, but it is interesting how they're twins, but only one has ears.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would.
Why am I sus? I don't think I've ever been called sus before. Interesting. Hello.
But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
I'm still wondering if she's connected to the thief we met before. There has to be a reason that they use the same model, right? Is it a red herring?
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this...
It's gifted a tier 1 sub to Lucifer_1021. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Poetry, thank you. It's Poetry has given 11 gifted subs in like the past 45 minutes. My mic might be cutting off my words. Is it only when I back away or is it all the time? Are you good day? Yes, Reynolds. Lucifer, welcome in. Please say thank you to It's Poetry for the sub, and I hope you enjoyed the beautiful emotes that are there. It's Poetry, thank you so much. 감사합니다. 진짜 너무 감사해요. I don't really know what else to say. Thank you.
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
It has to be someone who had information about the trick. Farther cuts out more. Sounds light, the noise suppressed for getting rid of sounds. Is this better? The problem with this audio interface, this is the one that I use for radio days because it has the reverb effect on it. The cloud lifter doesn't work with it. SM7B, the mic itself, is notorious for being really quiet. It's much better? Okay. Good. I turned off the noise suppressor completely. Let me know if it starts peaking.
Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Thanks, Reynolds.
I'll escort them back
My
up.
spelling is great tonight. Your spelling has always been fine. Latin is one of the rather well-written people that I've met on Twitch. Your writing is always fine.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
That would be interesting. Also random, but I want his sleeves. That's really cute.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
The magic trick. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work by using a box inside of a box. The idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of onstage interactions. Oh. On-stage magic box structure. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear in which Lynette and Linny's clothes remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick and lead people to believe that Linny had instantly been able to move the box to the other side. Audience side magic box structure. The magic box at the center of the audience stand has 2 layers, and beneath it is an entrance to the underground tunnel. This was how the lucky audience member was supposed to have been transported without the audience noticing. How am I doing it though? Oh, how am I doing though? It's been some time since I've seen you around. I am doing better. Thank you. Stream was actually supposed to happen yesterday, but there was a family emergency. Thankfully, the family member is okay. Everything is okay. There was a fire emergency evacuation in my apartment building the day before yesterday, and then there was all that stuff with the apartment. If you guys don't know, there was basically, the water pipes in my old apartment building exploded, and then there was construction that was going on that was supposed to be done in 2 weeks, but ended up going for 6 months because the landlord started doing a lot of things illegally, so the construction got stop construction orders from the city several times, and then a lot of other things happened, and it turned out that they had been hiding the fact that there had been over 20 gas leaks in my old building, so I ended up moving out and moving here. Now I am currently settled, and things were a little bit crazy yesterday and the day before yesterday, but I'm feeling much better today. Thank you for asking. Also, before I continue this, there's something that I want to show you. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me find the video. I'm gonna pause the music really quick. Not time, settings. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. It was really, really funny. This one. Okay, okay. There you go. Okay, this is a video. I think someone uploaded this to the Genshin app, the Mihio app, and it was so funny that I saved it. Okay, the name of this video is When You Realize Only English Nivelette Sounds Like This.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
English.
고개를 숙여라.
고개를 숙여라.
不得喧哗. Silence. Bow your head.
I have.
Sorry, person. I didn't mean to put your. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, that cracked me up so. Silence. It's the sound effects that keeps getting.
Raymond! Texting Paimon missed Raymond so much. How is Raymond doing?
Oh, ad. Okay, I have to save it until Raymond comes back. Anyway. Bow your head, peasants! And then meanwhile in Korean, it's like... What was it? It wasn't that. It's the sound effect that the person put in... John. But... Raymond didn't even get to hear it. Fine.
It's a tier 1 sub to Raymond Dawes. They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
Its Poetry has given 12 subs and 2,800 bits in less than an hour. That is crazy. That is actually... Thank you. Raymond, I hope you enjoy the emotes. Also, I was going to do Text and Paimon for you, but June banned it. So, anyway, I thought the video was funny, and the sound effect made me crack up to the point that I watched it like 5 times in a row, so I wanted to share it. Your ad is done.
It's Poetry gifted a tier 1 sub to Reynolds 47. They have given 13 gift subs in the channel.
감사합니다. Yeah. Guys, please say thank you to It's Poetry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for all of your support. Ah. Okay. Benny, okay. We're friends, right, Raymond? Benny. Everyone says Benny is really, really good. I think I probably just built him. Oh, this always makes me feel bad for him.
Where did that come from?
Skyward Blade. Beautiful. I love the design of this because it just reminds me of Skyward Sword from Zelda. But it's beautiful. Genshin always hits with lights. Their lighting is always on par. Just on point. So this is energy recharge. Artifacts. I don't know what Benny scales off of. Wasn't it HP? I have found quite the cozy and fun stream. I'm really, really glad that you're enjoying the stream. Oh. Thank you, It's Poetry. Thank you for enjoying. No, I'm actually really happy that you're enjoying the stream. It makes me really glad to hear that it's fun. HP for healing, attack base for buff. Okay, you're currently using ER Sands on Bennett. Ooh. Wait, first... Oh! You C6'd him! Interesting. So a lot of people choose not to C6 Benny because it doesn't work with a lot of team comps like Ayaka. But I heard that if you're not using him on like a melt team, which he probably shouldn't be anyway due to some other stats, C6 is fine. So, Before I was using Aquila Favonia sword on him, but now I changed it to Skyward Blade. Let's go, C6 Benny! Okay, we have a C6 Benny fan here. Healing bonus. Valid, because if you're using him as your healer and you're using him in Abyss, that is going to be very useful. HP, so you have HP here, you also have the attack and the crit rate, so that's going to help him on both of his buffs. Also, I know Noblesse Oblige is the #1 recommended set for Bunny, so that's really nice too. Also, you have both crit damage and crit rate, plus energy recharge. Energy recharge, really important for Benny, because especially if you're using him for his buffs and his healing. It looks great. And then crit rate 3.9, 21.8. That is very tasty. Yum. I wish I could steal this because I have terrible luck with artifact rolls. Double crit rate, HP, and attack. So no substat that you have to throw away. This looks really good. Very, very pretty. His talents are 11, 9, and 5. Wow. Is the max for his talent 14? But 11 should be more than enough. Oh. So 80, and he's already unlocked to get to 90. So if you have extra books, then you can use him to get him up and have an easier time in Abyss. This is really nice. Thank you. Also, I have like a softness for people who love on Benny.
Benny's
because he's a little boy, and he has bad luck, like me. So thank you for taking care of the child. You think your Benny is only C3 or C4? I have like C1. Which is also a reason why I think mine's not very good. I have C100. Lucifer, did you start on the first day Genshin was released? My kid is years old and like 2-year text. He's my favorite boy. Abyss. That is accurate. Okay, let us continue. Search for clues. Examine the tracks. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. Okay. Investigate the clothing. Why is this the sound that we heard? The broken vase?
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
I wasn't worried about the girl's safety until now. Like, this very moment. How do you have so many Bennies then? Well, you always have Benny on your mono pyro team? I don't have any good pyro characters. I probably should.
Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, like, why would this happen? Lenny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change unless she's in on it.
Right.
Or she's
And
actually
do
in
you
danger.
really need to do that if you're kidnapping
What?
them?
Why are they filled in now?
Ugh. This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Wait, I want a screenshot. Lovely. The young lady's clothes. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Okay, that is really creepy. Whew. Investigate base. Yeah, I think this might be the crash zone.
The floor is wet.
Investigating
Please be
Paimon.
careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
I'm gonna head out. I have work in 6 hours now. It was nice meeting all of you. Thank you for making my day better. Thank you for making me laugh and feel welcome. Have an amazing rest of your day or night. Until next... It's poetry. Thank you so much. Number 1, for joining us. Number 2, obviously, for your gifted subs and for your gifts in general. You don't have to do that every time you come. I really want you to know that you're welcome no matter what. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I'm also really happy to hear that we were able to make your day a little bit better, and that you laughed and that you felt welcome. That makes me very happy to hear. I hope you have a good time at work and you get some sleep before that. Get some rest. 6 hours is not a lot. Have a good night, I'm assuming. Bye. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye. This is really strange. If the trolley is supposed to be on a specific railroad, it's really odd for it to just get knocked over.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
I want these glasses. Broken flower vase. There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. 1 second. My audio interface is about to run out of charge, so I have to plug it in. I should get another charger for that. Okay. Examine the control board. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Ladder. A ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above. I actually gotta head out as well. It's starting to get late for me. Have fun playing Genshin, and I hope everyone is having a chill day, afternoon, evening, or night. Thank you, June. Also, give me an update on how you're doing. I'm always curious. Thank you for coming and modding. I love seeing you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye, June. Investigate.
What's this?
Good question.
Looks like a hook tied to the end
A
of
claw.
a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Junie-kun is such a
Why
cute
would it
name.
have been left here?
You started playing April 6, 2021. Oh! Home. I started playing January 26th, I think? 2023. Hi, yo.
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Dropped hook rope. A rope that has fallen to the ground. A metal hook has been tied to one end of the rope. Its use is unclear. There's more? This is so in-depth. Storage boxes. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. I'm so tired. Let's take a break. I don't have the patience. Trolley. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must use this to execute the plan. There is another investigate. There it is.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
Unless they have a device or like another means to move them.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Or the other person was still mobile and sane and did it of their own accord. Other than those that go through the magic boxes, and Linny and Lynette were in the 2 magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Tunnel vent. The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one person passage, barely, but leaving along with the missing lady seems like an unrealistic project. Night, Jin. Sleep well.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here. Yes, let's head back up.
Sweet dreams, John. Okay, I think that's it. So basically you started playing 6 months after the release of the game, which means you missed some of the— don't remind me! I will never have a baby Oceanoid, and I will never have the blue birdie, the mini Dvalin, which is the #1 thing that I wanted. Every time I see people playing with their little birdies, I get so jealous.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement.
What's in the basement?
The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
I don't think that was her reason for being confident. I think she just blurted it out and then she needed to be right because of her pride.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
This is so backwards for the nation of justice. You're guilty, no matter what, and then you're put on trial. And if you cannot provide the evidence yourself, then you're done for? And there is no such thing as licensed lawyers and attorneys?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The oratrice will too? The oratrice.
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both
Indemnitium
sides,
is
the
the fuel that
defenses
they
from
use, right?
attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice.
Okay, I see. Maybe that's part of the reason why it became an opera house.
To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will and is a judge in its own right.
That's creepy. But it seems more dependable than Verena. The oratrice is some kind of a machine. Okay. Who needs a license?
Who needs a licensed attorney when you have a blind child with glasses?
If I were in a position such as Linny's, I think I would want one.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference.
Huh. I want a lawyer. I want an attorney. I want to be innocent until proven guilty. What the heck?
Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
No, I was really looking forward to the Nation of Justice because I'm just really interested in stuff like this. But this is terrible. What, the system? No! The oratrice seems like it should be the god over Verena. At least it's partial.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I want that novelette called the shots.
This is a debate that actually exists in society because there's so much AI and robotic manipulation that's going on these days. Some people are saying that we should create a machine that only judges based on facts and right and wrong and replace all of the judges in the world with them. Nicolette said the oratrice is divine in design, godlike power and properties. So maybe Verena used her gnosis to make the oratrice, like Nahida used her gnosis to control the, what's it called? The information thingy that has the really pretty earpiece. Their version of the internet. Yeah, machine which decides. Maybe the gnosis of Verena is inside of it. That's an... Why would she put it inside though? Does she need to put it inside? Nahida had hers with her and she still was able to control... I forgot that name. It starts with an A. The Akasha! She was still able to control the Akasha while having the gnosis in her grasp. So why would Verena have to put the gnosis inside of it?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
Bingo, and that's why Linny was down there. To get the gnosis? Wait, I'm not looking at... I don't want spoilers. I don't want spoilers. No.
Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Will we and they be punished if we're unable to prove them innocent? We don't know much about the I can't do it. Oratrice. I think we'll learn more in the next patch. I hope so. Lore is fun. Let's find it all out in the future. Okay. Off
They're
you go.
concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case.
I'm curious though. Will we be punished too if we're unable to fulfill our role as an attorney successfully?
Even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's
Men
no
in
need
black.
for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now is not the time to be picky, but please don't give me bugs.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too.
There's time for that later. I wish we had more stores in Tevat that we can visit. Like the cafe in Sumeru. I love that place. It's fun.
I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
I like her delivery. Of course we'll have snacks!
Huh? Here? But how?
Is Nadia wealthy? Everything about her screams old money, but Poisson is not.
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Also, this feels like afternoon tea. I like that detail.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
That is huge.
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Ah, you're one of those kind of butlers. The ones who are like, not human. Those places are taking all of my Ew. Josh! Oh my gosh. Raiders, welcome in. Hello, hello. My name is Lissa. Thank you so much for joining us. Josh, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, welcome. Did you just finish up? Wow, you finished a little bit early today. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome everyone. Lucifer is here too. It's good to see you. How was your stream? Oh my gosh. Also, how are you feeling? Josh has been sick lately. Yay, we finished. How are you? I'm doing better. It's really good to thank you so much for the raid. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I feel so awkward whenever stuff like this happens. Ha! Early! It's 1 Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. Hydrate. Stretch. How we finished radio a little bit early today, so we're doing some of the Genshin. I finally got to Fontaine, and I'm finally getting to find out all about these characters, and Nadia is really different from what I thought. I thought Nadia would be a little bit more serious, but she's kind of like a foil to Farina almost. She's kind of like Farina, she sounds like Farina, but she's actually dependable, and very nice. I like her so far. What were you guys up to? Oh. I wish I could read all of your guys' usernames, but I play on a Mac and I can't get my mouse to go over there right now. But thank you so much for the raid. Also, apparently some people followed before and I wasn't able to see. Mochi Debbie, thank you so much for the follow. DMA Yaichi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you may be. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Just playing Star Rail, doing some of the Pokemon. Is that still going on? I thought it ended. How do you... Isn't it blatantly Pokemon, though? The meeting of the eyes. When players meet eyes, we must battle. If you don't feel like battling, avoid their gaze. But there's no way to avoid. And the types, everything. So Pokemon. It's so... Even the music. The battle music. Dun, 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 dun. It's so Pokemon. The Star Rail Pokemon event is like the entire patch. I don't know. I finished it in one sitting. I am a speed gamer. I tend to finish things really quickly if I can. I really liked it. I thought it was fun. A little bit tedious. Also, I lost to Pom Pom, so that kind of hurt my pride. But Pom Pom is cute, so it's okay. Anyway, we are currently doing the first part of Fontaine Art Conquest. It's probably not spoilers for anyone anymore because I'm really late. But if it is spoilers for you, please feel free to run away. God knows I did that for like the past month. Anyway, Josh, thank you so much again for the raid, and it's really good to see you.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
They're so weird.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit
sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snack soon enough.
I like how they work as a team. I finished it in 3 days, but I'm happy we have the entire patch to do it because I didn't feel rushed at all. See, I probably wouldn't have felt rushed if I had read and realized that we have the entire patch. I didn't do that. Hi, Epic Misty, welcome in. Oh, it's macaron. They're making macarons. Ah, the almond flour. Okay.
These three are
Macarons
quite the
take a
interesting
long
group.
time to make in real life, though. You have to let them sit out for a couple hours in order to develop the skin and the feet, which sounds really weird, but it's a thing. Must be a spina di rosula thing. I cannot do European pronunciation. I apologize. Navia methodologically handles the ingredients and pulls fresh macarons out of the oven. Oh!
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
They must have something like an Adeptus stove. Don't we also have portable stoves, though? No. Welcome in, Epic. It's good to see you. It was an epic entrance. These look so good. Also, they're humongo, just like all of the other food.
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. The macarons are Paimon's head size. I'm pretty sure Josh said something similar before. I also noticed that in Inazuma. So I took so many screenshots of the food in Inazuma just because it was really huge. I like that. I'm glad. Howdy, Epic. I'm not saying... I want to steal... I'm hungry.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds,
Beating
everything.
egg whites is no joke. She must have really strong biceps.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
You were? That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty,
Epic Mystic,
beating
thank you
egg
so much for the
whites
follow.
and baking like this?
I don't know why, but my follow alerts are not going off right now, so I'm sorry if I missed anyone. Epic Mystic, thank you for the follow. Argent Glitz, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you may be. Encouraging smiles.
Well, I
No,
don't
it's
think
ironic because he
carved
doesn't
in
look like he
stone
ever
that the
smiles.
Fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Oh, so she is nobility, but it's interesting that her base is poisson. Encouraging smile. It's okay. No problem. Very late for me, so I lurk mostly. Please get some rest. Anyone who feels like they need to get some sleep, please do. Your health is important. Don't be like me.
Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout.
That's
You
what I'm
also need to
saying.
beat them to just the right consistency,
If
or
you're
your
going to
macarons will
bake-
crack.
On a regular basis, please just pay $20 and get yourself an electric beater. Or you can consider it a workout, but I would suggest changing arms because one arm is going to be thicker than the other.
Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Girl, you didn't even make any snacks that your butler's doing. I thought she made them. Yes, on EU time, so it's on 5:30. Go. Bye-bye. Shoo. Whew. Get some sleep.
Only 3?
What? Is that Paimon?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Also, Josh, I'm not sure if you're still here, but I forgot to say this. Please get some rest too. Stream is really long and exhausting, and you stream a lot. And fairly long. I'm pretty sure I lurked for like 5-6 hours last time. Please get some rest. Thank you so much for the raid again. Mwah. It's mostly her guards making foods. Didn't she just say she made...
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
That is also my preference. Good taste. By Epic, he's kicking you out of the stream. Best time for you. Oh, yeet. This is you. This is me. Whew. Bye. Please sleep. Please sleep. Everyone needs sleep. I feel guilty as I say this because I'm being a hypocrite. But you do need sleep. Thank you. Why don't you take a break as well? Haha, I'll listen until I doze off. I appreciate it. I hope you sleep well. I will sing you the meow meow lullaby. Meow 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 meow. Good night.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
The music.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber.
I'm not a fan of strong black tea with a floral fragrance unless it contains sugar and lemon or milk. Blasphemy. Thank you. It is the meow meow song. This was my special talent that I made when I was in Korea.
However,
there's also a doggo
we can
version.
assume that Lily and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines.
Hey, surviving is hard, okay?
The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Okay.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
We got it. Let's do it. Let's do it. DMs, Josh. DMs. So apart from the twins, we're left with two other people. The missing girl and the deceased. I can't believe they killed someone on screen.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel.
True.
Resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
It's interesting that they're taking away very prominent people. Halsey was apparently a famous artist, right? She's going to be missed if she disappears. They're not going after those who are just like recluses. No voice?
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is... The real trouble is...
Okay. There's no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or
I also have a thing called Texan Paimon. Texan Paimon was created in the name of friendship. Jaden, my mod, and Raymond, my VIP friend, love Texas and Paimon so much. So I created Texan Paimon in the name of Jamon. Texan Paimon is here for friendship. Texan Paimon loves her friends so much. Are y'all doing well tonight?
Ha.
Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
You see? Josh knows what's up. Texan Paimon is loved by all. They just don't like to admit it. I know for a fact that they love Texan Paimon so much. No. No, voice actors are on a different level. But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the
I
setup,
needed this.
she would need to understand
know
the
now.
entire trick to pull it off.
All friends need Texan Paimon. Texan Paimon is needed by friends. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Okay.
Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search?
Epic, I'm sorry. I probably woke you up. Please go to bed. Go sleep. Shoo.
From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case.
Oh, I love her glasses.
Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
My mouth is actually watering. That description? Nice and crisp and super sweet. I want food. Nah, you're helping me sleep. Don't worry. Okay.
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you've
Yeah,
already
so
had
Nadia
5
made them,
of
right?
them.
Lucifer, what you saying? Navia made them herself. The other Silver and the other Smiley guy, they just carried around the ingredients.
What? 5?
They beat the backpack.
Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. Honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
Is there an invisible person or something? Sure. ... That's what they said.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. If you ate them, you ate them. Oh, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you love eating. It doesn't sound like she's lying, though.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon?
Oh, I believe you, Paimon.
You.
I believe you.
If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
Paimon, kidney stones hurt. Don't do that.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
I'm super shy, super shy. Alright, I'm heading to bed. Enjoy your stream, Josh. Thank you so much for the raid. It was nice to see you. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Sleep well. Bye. I wouldn't believe Paimon to save my life. Really? I love Paimon. Super hungry Paimon. And super shy, super shy. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. Wait a minute while I make you mine.
Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
She's going to cook again?
Huh? What are you doing?
I'm super hungry Paimon. Na. I'll tell you about him. Super shy, super shy. I'd rather just eat. I thought I just eat my emergency food already. You are not allowed to eat my Paimon. You can eat your Paimon. Don't you dare even think about eating my Paimon.
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Super shy, super shy. I love that song. Paimon equals emergency food. No. Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
I'm telling you, they're cupboards. They're human cupboards.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Navia does a second round of baking over the 2 missing macarons. However, the discussion that follows does not yield much progress.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again.
Lunar X Streams, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you may be. Okay.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
They just said Navia gets back to cooking. Dude.
Alright, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Probability of a third person being involved. Neither Cowell nor Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too. Lies cast shadows under gathered lights.
We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
Question, does anyone know...
It's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
I doubt Navia did any
They should help you review the situation.
Does anyone know around how much time is left for this quest? Are you pretty much still in the beginning? Excuse me while I get my Primos. Yum. Primos. Are we still kind of in the beginning of the quest? Middle-ish? You may be around halfway. Okay, thank you. Let's do a bit more. What time? 8 to 10. Halfway through. Thank you, Reynold. person and a lobster with implants.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Everything? Everything? I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Okay, I ain't reading that. Haha.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Are they siblings or something?
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
The entire Fontaine Art Conquest is like 4 parts. Are we on the second part? Wait, by the whole quest, do you mean 1 and 2? Or just 1? Ooh.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
The entire Fontaine Art Conquest... Oh, I already read that.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
It's the first part. So the Art Conquest first part is split into 4 acts, sort of.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
I want to know if it's done on purpose. Lenny's voice actor sounds like they're acting. I want to know if that's just a stylistic choice or if that's actually something that has to do with the plot.
Now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
Ugh.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Yeah, this Art Conquest is divided into 4 acts. Thank you, Lucifer.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait. And I still don't like this brat Farina. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like her so far either. She's willing to send someone to the Fortress of Maripode just because she has pride. That sucks. No.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
The camera pan.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
She doesn't seem to care about her surroundings. She seems like she's desperate for attention and adoration, and she'll do anything to achieve that. She doesn't necessarily care about the people giving her the adoration in the beginning. Black.
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Lenny clearly reveals the details of the magic trick. Everyone in the audience is
Thank
stunned.
you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
She's just yap. I'm sure this is Genshin. I'm sure she'll have some sort of redemption thing. I'm wondering how many innocent people she sent to prison just for her own entertainment.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Nicolette seems more like a babysitter than someone working with an Archon.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Clearly how?
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
You're working off of a fixed scenario. You have to prove him guilty, not just say you are guilty, so none of the things that you are saying make sense since you are obviously guilty.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Thank you.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
I was looking forward to the land of justice so much. You do not understand. But to have the Archon herself be this kind of horrible person. Ew!
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
My least favorite Archon out of all of them so far.
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
This is the land of injustice. Uh-huh. It's more like the land of parody than anything. Not so justice. Injustice done by Verena. There, it's just, everything is a big show.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
The land of justice-ish. I like that one. I like that one. That one was clever. How could Lenny not know about that sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that
Doubtful
loud from
audience.
inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Audience member.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Wait, so the scales aren't based off of the opinions of the masses, it's the oratrice itself? They probably represent the oratrice's stance on the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
I don't like her. I don't like her.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that they're shapeless, just like the water that you have in your powers.
Tell me, aren't you and
search
Lynette
of
actually
justice.
from the House of the Hearth?
What is the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
They're... Fatui? Nani? Seriously?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
But there's still no proof. There's no evidence.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Evidence!
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
Is her eye supposed to match up with the oratrice? Oratrice? I can't do it. Well, not pointing it. Well, that was fast. You're just gonna send her? Yeah, I'm gonna process before I comment.
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Lenny and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order!
Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud
So
was
they're
heard in
using
the
that as
Opera
their
House,
motive?
you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth.
Wait, were they born into the House of the Hearth, or were they recruited after becoming adults, or at least old enough to make their own decisions? Well, girl did hard research about them. That's something that's pretty impressive. I think it seems like that wasn't a secret, though. But I have respect for those who have good work ethics, but the reason behind her work ethic pisses me off. They give more details, okay.
Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Lenny had concealed his identity, this could have all been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
But they look really troubled. Well, based off the Tui reputation everywhere, they keeping it a secret is understandable. Well, I more want to understand why they became Fatui. When they're terrible enough to have a reputation that precedes them. Were they given a choice, or were they coerced?
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
I'll know soon? Okay.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
People are so nonchalant about it.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed. You will find out in the future Archon quest? Okay. Thanks for not spoiling Lucifer and Reno.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Dude, it's not a game.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Oh, she's pretty.
What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
I request really Captain Lini.
Sound how Traveler is well versed in legal procedure. That's what I'm saying! They're like, you be the attorney! And I was immediately like, I don't have a license! Neither do you, by the way, but okay.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
Awkward. Okay.
In that case, my dear
Oh, her
audience,
hair is really pretty.
let's allow the joy
like her
of
outfit.
victory to steep for
I
a
don't like
little while longer.
While court is adjourned, you meet with Linny and Lynette backstage in the Opera House. Grandpa knew that. I'll hide them is more my style. I do.
Well,
Nivalet grew on
this
me.
is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
What?
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
I need a motive. I need a reason for why they are Fatui.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
That's the way to win any argument.
I'm really mad. I'm just saying, I'm really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
Clashed is a gross understatement. You killed several of her friends, but continue.
But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Are they harbingers?
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
Is it because the legend of Fontaine? Not them, okay. Are they maybe being convinced to join the Fatui in order to save people from the legend of Fontaine falling underwater?
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead.
Omission is also a way of lying.
The truth is
Especially
very
in a personal
important,
relationship.
but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
You didn't want to put effort into a relationship with someone that you wanted to be friends with? But how can we know this isn't all just another lie? There are only 11 Fatui Harbinger. I don't know all of them, to be honest. I've been trying to avoid spoilers for the life of me, so I haven't been doing lore research. So, after I finish Fontaine lore.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
I don't know if I would either.
You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Doing criminal acts seems to come with being a Fatui. That doesn't mean he's guilty in this case. Wait, you didn't see the Genshin official trailer teaser of the Harbingers?
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
Are they trying to find out if the Gnosis is in it? Do you want the link of it? The video is really cool. Lucifer, you're in the Discord, right? Can you put it in the Discord? I'll watch it later. They're so cool, the introduction of the members of the Fatui. Okay. I want to see. Who was it? Someone before said that they had a theory that the Oratrice, I can't say it, has the Gnosis inside of it. So are they also trying to find out if it's not confirmed yet though, right?
During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it.
So you made a trick that makes you go underground.
From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. I can't do French accents. Send it in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Maybe when we wrap up... How long is the video? If it's only a couple minutes, maybe we can watch it at the end of stream. And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
Invisibility?
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came.
Let's watch it then. Woohoo!
On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
Lenny.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time.
Or maybe he...
It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe the judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Are we gonna do the debate thing again? Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Lenny's statement. Lenny claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Ochatri's core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. The voice in the Ochatri's core chamber. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Ochatri's core within the Opera House's underground structures. Okay. Alhaitham is my favorite character. Oh, my main character, if you guys didn't notice. The brief adjournment ends and the nail-biting trial reconvenes.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Okay.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention...
Because you obviously love attention.
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account of the events, you can identify loopholes in their state. Ooh, fun. Used evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The Orchtrice will display such shifts clearly. So the shifts are based on how many people are on each side, because the Orchtrice can absorb the energy? Or is the Orchtrice actually thinking for itself? When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. This sounds so fun.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
The way they drew.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed.
Good voice acting.
So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
If we pick identify loopholes, does that give us more information or does that count as a choice? This is true. Lenny said that himself. This is something Farina made up. Lenny kidnapped Halsey, knocked her out using the vase, and removed her clothes in order to prevent her from being identified. However, was Lenny really in the tunnel at the time? Cowell walked in on Lenny, so the latter knocked him out with the vase. But the vase was already used. Lenny claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Ohachi's core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. Okay. So this one goes here? Okay.
According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel.
Oh, sorry. More information. Thanks, Latin. Entrances and exits to the Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show and after the incident happened. Only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave. The voice in the Ohachi's core chamber. The audience only heard one thump. If he knocked her out with the vase had already broken. He can't knock out a second person with an already broken vase. Did you just call me Alyssa again? Indy! Hi! Latin, can we please get a shout out for Indy, please? Guys, please split out over and speak your love over Indy. He is also a really nice streamer. So good to see you. Autocorrect hates me. It's okay, autocorrect hates me too. How are you doing? I didn't, my phone did. Your phone is wrong. A meticulously designed magic prop crash, causing everything's done. Well, I'm guessing the things with the blue are the ones that we're supposed to refute. So, identify. You already used that one. The description was. Thank you, Latin. You met Latin at TwitchCon? Lucky. I wish I could have got. How was it? How was it? I heard it was really fun. I'm just gonna try it. Nope. Okay.
Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
What was your favorite part of TwitchCon? I don't think I've ever been. I went to one convention when I was in high school, and that's the only convention I've ever gone to. Thank you for your time. Jittery because I'm jittery in a good way or in a bad way? Yeah, really fun people. Even got. Oof. As someone who has had COVID before, that is really painful. Nope. Okay.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Okay. It was a lot of fun. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
What do you guys usually do at a convention? Just nervous, not ready for vacate, and you're going back to school. You can do it. I believe.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored.
How am I? How is Genshin? I'm doing a little better now. Thank you for asking. How is Genshin? I lost 8 Mahio 50/50s in a row, so... But I'm enjoying the quest. It's very fun. It's good to see you, Indy.
Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room.
Hi, Bobby. Welcome in, raiders. Hi. Welcome, Robbie. Thank you so much for the raid. Guys, my name is Lissa. I am a pretty scuffed streamer. I mostly do Genshin, radio programs once a month. Novir! Hi, Professor. Hi, Bobby. Sup, enemy. Pew, pew. Hello. What was I saying? I play Genshin. I do variety games, radio programs, singing. Very nice to see you. I'm a big fan of Wabi. Wabi is an amazing artist, and I hang out in her stream sometimes. I go to Nobear and I call him Professor because I get all of my Genshin info from him. So it's good to see you. Wow, what is this game? Hi, Monto. This is a little game called Legends of Zelda. It's really great. It's the second game, and it's probably going to win Game of the Year. Isn't it also your favorite game? I know how much you love Zelda. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I am finally in Fontaine, and I finally get to do all of the stuff that I wasn't able to do, and I get to catch up, and I no longer have to run away from other people's streams because I'm no longer in danger of spoilers after I finish this. Woo! Legend of Zelda clears every game. Legend of Zelda is a really good game. I've been saving Tears of the Kingdom for stream, so I cannot wait to play it. Wait, isn't it super late for you right now? It is 2:09 a.m. Haha. We did Lysssen Radio 2.0 today, and that ended, so we started doing Genshin, and it's really fun, so yes. I think it's so long ago. Good for you, enemy. Anyway, Wabi, thank you so much for sharing your community with me, and welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. What did you do?
Okay, bye. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete the magic trick,
I can't believe
for
this.
any length of time.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, shouldn't you be used to it? No problem. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing a little better. Thank you, Wabi. How are you? Also, N showed us the little I forgot his name. Your favorite Genshin character. Ito. The Ito art. And showed us the Ito art she got from you. I'm jealous. They're so cute. Did you play Genshin today? Or Staria?
Finally, he reached the
also,
surface,
if you're feeling
and that was
maybe
when the
different,
accident
yeah, that one.
happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Also, if you guys are feeling tired, please feel free to go get some rest. What time is it in California right now? Also, guys, Wabi is really good at crocheting. Cutest little Ito crochet doll ever. So if you like art in general, if you are a fan of people who are smart and work hard and stream every day in a stream that is not scuffed like mine, go hang out at Wabi's place. Yeah. And she's Montel's little sister, but she's not sus. Or at least not as much as he is. It is 11:11 in California right now. It's 11:11. 오늘이 한 칸에 채 안 남은 그런 시간. 너를 들렸던 그 시간. She is sus. Arguable? Huh. I think I have to rethink my stance. So sus, but not as much. Sus, like Kyokyo level of sus? Mildly sus Wabi versus So, where we are in the quest, I just found out that Linny and Lynette are Batui, which is a lovely revelation. Thankfully, they're not harbingers, apparently. Kyo. Hi, Kyo. Welcome back.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Oh, wasn't it awesome?
I wish
In
we could
other
get this
words,
skin.
You believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Aichi Satoshi, thank you so much for the follow. My follow alerts are broken for some reason, so if I miss any, I'm very sorry. But thank you. Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you may be.
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
That's right, attack her pride. Also, Manto, I don't like Farina. I'm sorry. I was staying on the fence until the moment that I did the quest and saw her personality for myself. Beautiful design. I don't like her. The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Linny by chance. No, I love Farina. Hi, Anonymous. She's a little annoying. I find her very annoying. I said this before in stream and I'm going to say it again. I was looking forward to the Nation of Justice. However, we get here, there is no such thing as justice. There's just an Archon who has an incredible amount of pride. She doesn't care about her people. She cares about adoration. She doesn't necessarily care who's giving her the adoration. She just wants to be adored. Therefore, she's willing to throw anyone into the prison of Merivade in order to protect her own pride. And there's no such thing as law or being innocent until proven guilty, and apparently you don't have to have a license to be a lawyer or an attorney.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill?
That's a good question. But I'm sure Trisha will do herself later. I'm sure that Genshin will give her a redemption arc. June, welcome back! I'm sure that she will get a redemption arc, right? Because this is Genshin, and Genshin needs to sell characters. And also, most of the characters tend to be relatable, lovable, or just goofy in any way, so that the person who's playing the game can't hate them 100%. She still sent countless numbers of innocent people to Maripu, however you say it, just because she felt like it. That is inexcusable. She ruined so many lives. Life's a stage, and all of Fontaine are its players. Ew. Hey y'all, I'm back. I can't sleep. I'm just chilling. Jan, what time is it?
Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
I love Detective Paimon.
Oh, they have a point.
Approving audience member.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
11:15? Miss, it's past your bedtime. Please go sleep.
Oh, well, your denial is very
on my knees to
strident.
sleep.
I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
What proof do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Mm-hmm. Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. Whoa. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place. Opera House, switcheroo, case records, the deceased identity. Oh, it's all of the things I haven't... Since starting this, I haven't opened this once. Thank you, June. No, thank you, Anonymous. Dun 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 dun. Wait. I have to read these, but now I have to sing. How am I supposed to sing all of these? This violin is exactly what my heart is sounding like. Ha. The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants in Koval. He was trusted by all of his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props as well as assisting with the show. Okay. So it's one of these three. Fontaine on Broadway! Oh, shouldn't it be opera? Strange sound during the magic show. During switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Entrance and exits to the opera house. No one left the opera house during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave. Halsey is the missing person. She is a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her creative work. She has
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something on.
Oops.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement
I forgot to set
via
an
the
alarm.
vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Do you know? The murderer was... Sorry. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released in the end of the showing night and burned through the ropes suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Caldwell in the box below. If Lenny is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe would have to tamper with the top. Then you give a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work by using a box inside a box. The idea was after having changed her outfit, Lenny turned The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
I'm free! Okay. Halsey did seem really timid and unhappy to go on stage. That could be attributed to the fact that she was already drained from her job and she came here to recharge. Cowell is the one who died. It could have been an accident. He could have done the rigging and it would have gone wrong and he got crushed underneath the very weapon that he intended to use against someone else. Doesn't seem likely.
Could there have been a third person involved?
Genshin logic, it seems more like there'd be a third person. Nope.
Halsey is the missing person and an
Nope. Welp.
The deceased's name is
So it was an accident. Thank you, Dream.
Alarm clock. That can't be right.
No, it's the alarm of freedom. That is the sound of being set free.
The killer was Cowl, the deceased.
She looks so crazy.
Oh, is that so? How interesting. Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Unknown Bam 16, thank you so much for the follow. What is it? NK Kyle JB, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night wherever you may or may not be. How can we visage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Alarm of freedom!
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Well, for one thing, why did they want to take Halsey?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
I love her VA. I love Lumine, guys. On my alt, I'm playing as Aether, and it feels so weird. I can't get used to it. I prefer playing as Lumine 100%. Hi, Unknown.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
But Linny didn't hear the sound. How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel? Hi! Hi, how are you doing? I feel like it's been a really long time since I've seen you before, right? I remember the Nimpam. Where did I see you? How can I prove that there's an altercation in the tunnel?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing
Sometimes I wish I
Halsey
had
and the
Lumine at the
criminal.
beginning on your main, so your alt account is Lumine. I love Lumine.
It would have been tough for both people.
Delilah, hi! How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. It's been forever. Wow, we got 3 raids today, guys. Thank you, everyone who raided. Thank you so much for joining the community. Well, no, not joining the sharing your communities. Delilah, how have you been? Is it Halloween? It is Halloween. Oh, oops. I'm not the biggest fan of Halloween. I didn't even realize. My gosh, I just got jump scared by Fancy. 누가 먼저 좋아하면 어때? Hi, it's good to see you. Did you dress up? What did you do in stream? Wait, what was I doing? Where did the missing Halsey go?
The sound we heard may have come from a... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So...
Maybe this one? Because it's asking where they wanted to take them? Oh, that didn't... Fancy! Yeah! Did that? No, but you hit AR-59. Congratulations! Past 55, getting to another AR takes forever. Congratulations. But the actual... Never mind. Oh, these 3 are incorrect. Oops.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. Linny was not in the tunnel at that.
This one. How can I prove there's an altercation?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash.
This one. Where did the missing Halsey go?
The sound we heard may have come.
This one.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
This one? Okay, so it has to be the dress.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
It's bittersweet.
So there must have been some fear that she would
kinda
attract attention.
I think when I reach, I don't know about 59, but when I reach 60, I think it will feel kind of bittersweet. Playing again through alt account, and I haven't even been playing for that long, it definitely feels very reminiscent of a different time, which sounds funny because it was just like a couple months ago. I think I'm halfway till AR-59. It takes a long while. But think about the free Mara! Y'all are looking at No Bear, who is basically like the Jesus Christ of patience when it comes to Genshin. How many primos do you have now, Professor? I remember when I started watching you, you're just starting the game. Yeah, you came and said hi a couple times. I reached AR-55 in 2 weeks, and I've been on AR-56 or 57 since then. It's so hard to get up past 55. 171k. Y'all are looking at No Bear, who calculated the exact price of a single pull, compared it to the Welkin, therefore decided to only get the Welkin and save up all of those primos and only pull for characters that he really, really wanted. He also has extremely cracked luck. 171. I don't understand. I don't understand. Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit a crime at his disposal. I'm sorry if I read your name wrong. Melkushu, thank you so much for the follow. Also, Latin, thank you for letting me know. The follow alert is broken, so I'm sorry if I miss it. Thank you for following. Welcome into the Kaleidoscope. I hope you're having a good day or night, wherever you may be. Okay. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cowell and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowell to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. I might pull for Farina soon, so that number might go down. We'll see soon. Professor, in your opinion, do you think Farina's kit is worth it? Would you say that she is a must? Okay. Cool, bruh. We can agree on that. I don't like Farina. Her personality... She is the Archon that I dislike most so far. But her character design is really cute, and she's an Archon. So it's like... I wish she had Nadia's personality. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would be discovered. She Enemy. I love Venti. Enemy.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Ban. How dare you! Where's my brush? It's just her attitude and personality is it. The character design is cute, but...
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
Funny enough, I don't feel either way about Farina, but I'll probably pull for her. I think on the scale of liking her and not liking her, I definitely lean towards not liking her, but I'll still pull for her because she is an Archon and I'm a collector and a completionist, and also she seems like she's going to be very strong, and I need another person for my bestie. If that is the reason Fontaine still exists, I believe you.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely.
What if there's another exit?
It's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Magic. Escaping from the water tank. Wait, could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
On your alt account, June? Or on your main account? Actually, I wonder, on average, how many primos we get.
If the defense is unable
area.
to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second!
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
I'm also pulling for her because I'm guaranteed already. I used my guaranteed for Fenty, who I also lost my guarantee for. So I have like 14 pulls. And I'm at 0 pity. It's gonna be great. On your main account, okay. I don't really know, on average, how many primos we get from each area. Lenny was not in the tunnel at the moment, which gave her criminal ample time. How can we envisage?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the
Oh, we
missing
don't have
Halsey and the
choices?
criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's
Oh,
assistant.
this is the thing we did before. Where did the missing Halsey go?
The vase was not broken by chance.
ちょっと待ってください。ちょっと待ってください。私は。For me, I don't think I'll get Farina. It depends. Well, June, you're free to play, so that's understandable.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped.
So she was in on it?
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
So the water is...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Cowell's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of
your
anyone.
people.
Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well.
Usually the trials depend on who I pull for. The trials?
Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
True.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
After some time, a guard returns with news.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
So he actually transforms people into water?
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
So he is actually a hardcore criminal.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
Is that where all the missing girls went too? But why would they choose to make a prominent person disappear? That's just not smart. Also, can she be transformed back, or is she also...
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
I will know in the second act. Okay.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Okay, Line.
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
But why
Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines.
This makes it look like this guy is Nibelhead.
Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Navia is my favorite mafia. Same, in Genshin at least.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from
We're doing
the
it again?
primordial sea.
Wait, is she? Sorta. I mean, I just kind of went with it because Latin's done this and I... The liquid the guards found in Kawa's luggage seemed to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. I feel like they're going to ask Traveler for help because Traveler is not affected by this stuff. Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cowl.
This guy? What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordials...
What item? Oh, oops, this is wrong. Wait, I want to remove it.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism?
I
It should be
remember
this
there was
one, right?
something else within the inner...
Hello.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
The timing of the dissolution. The... rope, maybe? Can I replace
rope
it?
that strung
I can't
the water
replace it?
tank
Okay,
up.
I have to get it wrong first. So just like choose a random one? Let's just go with this.
Lynette was in the magic box.
Yep, okay. So this one is...
I remember there was something...
This one? And this one has to be either the rope
Now it seems
or
like
the
the hook
claw.
rope was not meant for another magic trick.
So
but
this
wasn't-
one. Okay. Brrr. Peeking? Hmm?
Ahem. It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
I don't like this system of justice in Fontaine. There there's just too wide of a chance of error. Innocent people could be accused of anything and not be able to prove themselves innocent and have to take all of the consequences of it. This is messed up.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage.
So him being flattened by that water tank was an error in judgment?
But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Approving, audience member.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Certain, audience member. And we're not the only ones that feel that way.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Okay, if she can admit it and just move on, I'm going to think better of her. But if she clamps down and tries to continue pushing just because of her pride, I don't think I'm ever going to like her.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case.
Alright, thanks for the game. I'm going to go play basketball.
Buying. Also, Unknown Band, thank you so much for the lurk. Have a good night, guys. I'm going to wrap up right after we finish this and watch a video that chat wanted me to watch.
And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Again?
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all.
Oh, how the turntables
Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial
I thought you said that was
sea.
ridiculous before.
But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon.
But the corpse didn't have stabs.
Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
That's true, but that doesn't mean this is true.
Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way
Are we
for
just
us to
gonna
make a
lose?
rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Probably not. Oh, is it? We're just gonna lose?
I can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move... Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not
to the rescue!
shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh.
Good,
Right
she can be
before
restored.
your very eyes.
Good.
Please.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss. But miracles like that are beyond
What?
my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion.
This is quite the debacle.
But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again?
It's an illusion?
And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance?
Woo! Go Novia! Woo!
Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rosula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf.
The judge going by the rules versus the mafia boss looking to disrupt the order versus Farina looking for a good show. That is a good summary.
But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
They were working together. And JV cha-chang!
I was hiding outside this room listening
Korean,
to
she
the
probably goes,
proceedings because I was
"Zazan!"
afraid that I would be. I was just feeling happy that no
Sorry,
one had
I didn't
noticed
mean to
me.
press it.
And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and
Is she
I'm
the chick
originally
from
from
before?
Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was going to be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
She's the thief from before.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me.
Well, it was rigged to be like that, right?
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was.
So you
I
killed
thought he was
him?
onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they're a practiced hand at concealment, probably. A professional thief can make it work.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
This is long. Okay, let's go. Lenny entered the tunnel. La, la, la. Where's the blue words? Here it is. How would Halsey have reacted when the water... reaction. There's an audible thump. Let's go with this.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
But there is evidence proving that a fight did indeed break out in the tunnel. Broken vase.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lily Ann and Cowell.
After the fight, then what did Halsey do? Change clothes.
Lily Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
Yay!
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lily Ann panicked.
I love Detective Paimon.
Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily Ann back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Ended! Yay!
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already
like
become
a
desperately
cowboy now.
hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
Wow.
Talk about a sneaky
Wait,
thief.
was she hiding under the
At
table
this
we were
point,
at?
all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Kenny, audience member.
Bravo!
Cheering audience member. Woohoo! Navia VIP. Woohoo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
She was trying to run?
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon
Well, at least she
now.
didn't try to press it
If there are no
afterwards.
objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be
Did it have
chosen.
to be a young woman because
To
of
cover
the
up any
size?
evidence while
Like she
committing
has
the
to
deed,
fit in there?
Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Liliane. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Liliane, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Good for you. Can we keep the
While there is much in Linny and Liliane's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
This looks like Honkai Star Rail with the train tickets.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Nicolette is certainly a good storyteller. Exactly.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Vaughn.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Plead guilty.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
So it's like a drug.
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Again. Oh. However, nothing is found in the scene apart from the liquid left behind after Vaughn dissolved.
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused. I just wanted to be sure that we're square.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his
Knave
amazing
is one
tricks.
of the butchery harbingers.
I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we
So
could
they
say
were
goodbye
used.
to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
Disgusting.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that
Please
noble's
don't tell me
bedroom
that
and
he
asked him
sold her
about
off
her
or something.
whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
Trafficking?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains. So what happened after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me,
Why did
and
they
so
call her
she
father?
made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
That's all in the past, though. The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, Everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Lynnie.
I understand. Goodbye.
Bye, Lynnie.
Okay. I think I'm gonna end it here. Oh, okay, let's watch the video that Lucifer sent over, and then we're gonna end stream. Oy.
The scribe's work is
Oh
simple,
my gosh.
which is exactly why I took the position.
Okay. Whew. No, thank you so much, June. It's really late for you now, isn't it? By the record, I've been Team Fatui since Signora. I don't like anyone. I'm on no one's team. Oh, the Fatui video, yes. It's been really fun and chill. I'm glad, and I'm really glad to have you back, June. Okay, here we go.
The sages think themselves to be all-knowing, but we alone are wise to the virtue in those acts of folly. In this war, not even a single pawn may be spared, because on this chessboard, checkmate is not where the game ends.
We are gathered here today to remember our dear comrade. In honor of her sacrifice, all work should halt for half a day as the nation mourns her passing.
Merely half a day? People say the Northland Bank's true currencies are blood and tears. But Mayor, even speaking as a banker, that sounds a little unconscionable.
Rosaline
died in a foreign land.
But
you heartless businessmen and dignitaries always with a convenient excuse to remain in the comfort of your homeland. You couldn't hope to understand. So why don't you keep your mouths shut? We don't want to make the children cry.
Hey, come on now. Even I don't think this is the right time or place for a fight.
Utterly risible.
Clara?
Though her methods tarnished her honor, Loafalta's sacrifice is a great pity. Her loss shall not hinder our progress.
Look at the detail.
But Dottore, what of Scaramouche and the Gnosis from Inazuma?
Conventional wisdom holds that divine knowledge cannot be rationally comprehended. After conquering the divine gaze, he will make his next move.
It's time to end tonight's foolish theatrics. Right now, you have no captive audience. Let every worthy sacrifice be carved in ice. With this nation, endure for all time. In the name of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, we will seize authority from the gods. Absolute peace. Such is the gift from the Tsaritsa. Such is Her Majesty's benevolence. rest in this coffin, encased in layer upon layer of ice. But Rosaline, I promise you, your final resting place will be the entirety of the old world.
I must say, you're looking very young today, Doctor.
You know very well that I do not take that as a compliment.
So, where's the segment in the prime of his life, then?
He's busy with a little experiment in blasphemy.
Colin, time to head out on patrol.
Okay, Master Tainari.
Why do I feel like Signora will be alive in the future? There's a theory
What
that
was
I don't
that?
like her, though, so I don't really care. Okay. We're going to end the stream there. Thank you everyone who came and hung out with me. Let me turn on ending music really quickly. I'm just gonna leave it on this screen. Okay. No, not this one. This one. Hello. Oh, it's over here. Here, let's leave it here. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me today. Thank you for everyone who hung out with the radio. Thank you for everyone who rated. Thank you for all of the gifted subs and the bits and all of your support, and just for all of your kind words and for keeping me company. And I hope that it was even a little bit enjoyable and that you were able to get a little bit of peace and rest from this chaotic world. Very, very nice to see all of you. Indy! You're still here! We are going to raid a streamer called Kyoke. She plays Genshin Impact, but she also plays Lost Ark, which is a very, very popular game in Korea. If you are not subscribed and you do not have access to our beautiful emotes, please use this raid message. If you do have access to our beautiful raid emotes, which a lot of you guys do thanks to Poetic, poetry, it's poetry. Give me 1 second to make the raid message. And since it's poetry gifted a sub to stream elements, I should probably be able to make this a permanent thing. Thanks for streaming and helping me sleep. Did it help you sleep? You're still awake right now. Alright, so we are going to raid Kyoke. Let me make sure I'm spelling it right so I don't drop you guys into the abyss. Alright. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. I love you all. I'm going to miss you until next stream. Next, Lysssen Radio 3.0. Hopefully we'll be able to have a guest. There will be other fun things. If you have any feedback, blah, 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 please come join us in the Discord. We just talk and hang out. No need to be really social. You can come when you want to, leave when you want to. Lots of yummy food pictures. So I hope you guys all have a great night. Bye-bye. Mwah.